Metaphysics of the Bible, Part 2.
Part 3.
Part 3, I'm sorry. Part 3. I see that the brother has brought his swords of truth, and he will be taking heads tonight. So peace.
All right. Thank you very much. I'd like to, again, I'm not sure whether or not I'll be picked up. Is the sound going all across all right?
Yes, sir.
Everything is well. I want to, again, commend Grassroots Production at being, along with Sister Hatshepsut and other brothers and sisters, for being at the front line, at the vanguard of what will turn out to be treasures, video treasures later on down the line when this information is no longer available or is somehow phased out for it being a novelty some way, because the New Age movement is the new rage amongst most people of non-color, and they don't understand that they have colonized yet another gift of experience from melanated peoples, where they are again homogenizing it and somehow taking out the roots and then putting it into artificial, much the way I had done a video on the movie Psycho, which is just happens to be coming back again. How Psycho is typical of the medical association, in that if you want to anthropomorphize Western medicine mindset, that Norman Bates would be the perfect model for medical science, and that being that he would end up killing his mother and, like a taxidermist, stuff her so that he could be the one to be the ventriloquist to put words in her mouth. So essentially that's what the Caucasoid has done around the world. He has stomped and killed Mother Nature, stuffed her and changed her into an artificial form, and somehow speaks for that form, not realizing that he's as crazy and as sick as the person that he has idolized through Alfred Hitchcock, who, by the way, was an ardent student of Crowley. I want to always preface these things, these programs themselves, by letting everybody understand that I have no malice in my heart for people who wish to call their God Jesus, Jehovah, Allah, or whatever. I want to deal with the root truth that is being overlooked for the fever of theology or theistic participation. And that has a tendency to get real serious repercussions when you start attacking somebody's comfort zone, especially their religious comfort zone. They put it that we as good house niggas from the field owe our resurrection, owe our comfort, owe our civilization to the civilizing energy of the Bible, the fact that these long robes came during the time when we were living in the wilderness and squalor, brought us the Bible, that we should be grateful. Well, now that we're at this point, the house nigger is very comfortable because he is very grateful. He now dons the robes of the very system that predicated his destruction, his psychological, his psycho-spiritual, and physiological destruction. And I'm still a field nigger. I'm just the one that they made while they were snatching my mother or my great-great-grandmother and pulling her into the woodpile. But if you listen to or you read Chancellor Williams' information, they said that the light-skinned blacks were the ones that raised a whole lot of hell because they saw what was happening to their mothers. So you might as well just team me along with them, because I'm raising a whole lot of hell in the comfort zone that Reverend Fatback and Pastor Pig Feet and Deacon Chicken Wing has made for us. I'm never comfortable when the white man is comfortable. He gives us his movies and twists and turns the truth to create his truth. This movie coming up called The Prince of Egypt is going to be, and you all were here for my, the thermometer of the bullshit factor. You all know what that is, right? And that we should all go before our public speakers, and if they say something that just don't jive, everybody in the crowd yells bullshit. That'll make them think. But this is serious. This Prince of Egypt is to try to indoctrinate children into believing, as that brother says, that Jews were somehow running around all over Egypt, and that with their influence they somehow built the pyramids, or was there building the pyramids, or telling us what to do. Today you will find out about the Jew in a short form. I was thinking about just doing a whole video on them, but I don't really want to waste my time except showing what it is that they have been showing to you as a reality, as history, to just blow it apart by showing you the truth mathematically, masonically, historically, metaphysically. How they didn't even exist. Never had existed until sometime around 325 or 335 or 333 BC with the Maccabean era. And that's it historically. That's where they came in at. Anyway, I always like to predicate these things with a little bit of news. And down in Trenton, I made a prediction, or I brought it out, that on Like It Is, there were these two women that were forwarding some form of agenda that they went to President Clinton and declared that blacks and Latinos were in a health state of emergency when it came to AIDS. Now, one of them, I believe, was working out of the church, I think Calvin Buster's church, and another one was the head of some church having to do with Gideon, or the Bomb of Gideon organization, something like that. But it came out that with all this fight, it did happen. That these Negroes ended up getting $156 million for an AIDS fight, for a nationwide AIDS program. Now, they went to President Clinton and asked President Clinton to declare through the executive branch a state of emergency on black people's health. Now, you don't understand the ramifications when it comes down to talking about declaring a state of emergency when it comes to black folks. As soon as you declare a state of emergency, that means you are backed up by the military. That means medical science, or the doctors, have the military now that they could call down on a population should they now deem that that population has AIDS that is uncontrollable, and then get out of the perimeter or the borders that they set up for you to operate in. So whenever you call a state of emergency and ask the executive branch to step in and give you money, that means you are asking for a military movement. You are asking for a military solution and a military option for the problem. So now you have these stupid Negroes who ask for this money and now have all the strings attached because they ain't got first clue about what this whole AIDS trip is about. Meanwhile, they now jeopardize you because now they have now said that they've redone the Western blot and the ELISA test, and it's more efficient. So now they're going to force you, if they declare a state of emergency, and they have more than 25 black folks that they find in a day that has HIV, they can declare a state of emergency and then begin shutting down perimeters in your neighborhood, or bring in the military to have you force tested. Okay, so that's just something that we have to get ready for. And the deal is, Curtis Koss called me up and said, you got the new AIDS funds, and then when you go inside here, they got $156 million to deal with the AIDS trip, but then you go inside, and right next to the continuation of the cover story, you have this particular title, Maintenance Therapy Fails in Experiments. So that means the very maintenance options that you have, the poison that they're going to put into your community to maintain your sickness and your disease, as far as the particular protocol they wish to see manifested in that they put that particular drug in your community to bring you down to seronegative, failed. So now what they've done by saying that is that opened up themselves as far as options for trying whole new avenues. Part of this 156 million is going to be doled out now for why it failed, or for experiments on how to make it better so it don't fail. All the bullshit that they're going to tell you just to keep you coming back to be tested and to be put on the rolls so that they can keep a census on your ass and know exactly what it is that you're doing. And if you got that HIV classification, that follows not only you, but your children and your children's children. Because when it comes down to that, information about your health is going to be the way that they keep track of you and then quadrant you or quarantine you to specific areas of this society. You watch. We don't bullshit. You know, from the time we were dealing with the gathering of the masters, we tell you shit that's going on and it's getting ready to happen. At the time, it was just novel. It's here now. We're telling you now that the whole AIDS criteria, the whole medical criteria is going to be the new way for them to quarantine your behavior. They're getting you conditioned with this new movie coming out, Enemy of the State. They're getting you conditioned with the new movie coming out called Siege. And they got that other house nigga, Denzel Washington, saying, well, I don't see it as a what do you call it, against Arab people. Yet still in the last 5 to 10 movies having to do with the United States going up against any adversary, it had to do with the Muslim countries or people of color. And these people of color are backed by the Russians or backed by rogue members of the governments. But the new war, psychologically, is against melanin all around the planet, and you better get ready for it. Now, a lot of people are saying to me that, well, when I was having the problems with them saying, well, you know, we've seen Reverend Valentine. Oh, yeah, okay, well, we don't need to get him. They don't understand that everything that I'm saying to them in these series of 10 tapes that's coming up, these series are for you to go home and study by. It ain't for you to be feeling good when I'm saying it to you here today. This is for you to study when you go home. The many things I tell you, you will not be able to get just by sitting here. It is about taking it home and then studying the information so that you could have this for your children later on. And then be able to break it down for them while you're watching TV with them. I'm not here just to aggrandize and put stuff on tape to sound good and feel good. This is serious stuff. This is information that they're going to ban. Pretty soon, me, Bobby, Delbert, Steve, you watch. They're going to start putting a clamp down on this. So you better get it while you can. Now, I was thinking of a more up-to-date, hip term for what it is that we're doing. I was saying that this particular series should be actually entitled, instead of Metaphysics of the Bible, it should actually be called God, the Bible, and the Bullshit. What the preacher can't teach you in Bible school. Also, Metaphysics of the Scriptures and the Word that won't be heard in church. So as far as an addendum, if y'all want to play with any of those titles, you may, because that's exactly what this is about. And again, if you're Christian, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to hear the truth. I got a beautiful response. This is before I go in. Brother called me up and said that sister in Atlanta got the tape, and she borrowed it from somebody on the first, I believe, 1 or 2 of the tape series that we're doing on Metaphysics of the Bible. She got it because she heard from someone else, and she sat down with her grandmother and watched it. Now, you know, we get raw here, right? And you know, we hold no punches. We definitely, like Brother says, we take heads. Blood be everywhere. But Sister took it and sat down with her grandmother, and at the end of the 2.5 to 3 hours said that they were in tears because they felt that they had been cheated, especially Grandma, for so long, about what it is that they were following, what she believed was real. And that touched me because it showed that there are people that are looking for the truth, and that age has nothing to do with it, that there are few brothers and sisters out there who maybe have been Bible thumpers at one time, but have come to their senses because they can open their minds and listen for the truth. And I commend all you brothers and sisters out there who are taking the time to switch off the common channel for brainwashing and deal with tapes like the brothers are doing here, myself and other brothers and sisters, for brain strengthening and brain fortifying energies. And with that, I'd like to move forward to let you know that in upcoming lectures, upcoming titles will be Tetragrammaton, The Secret Names of God. I also want to do something called the Temple of Consummate Evil. That will be my whole dedication to Catholicism and Vatican and that whole trip. I also want to do something on the Nibiru. There's been a lot of fabulizing and a lot of people proselytizing about the Nibiru, Anunnaki, and all the names that have been bandied about. And I want to put things straight about the fact that that particular myth story by the Babylonians and the Sumerians was about the creation. That was the first actual creation myth that broke down how our solar system was formed. And I want to speak on that and put the record straight. I also want to say here, before I continue, that I am not now, nor ever have I ever been, a student of Dr. York. All right? I want to put that straight for the young brothers and sisters who will be listening to what I'm saying, and put it that I have somehow been a student, a prognosticator, a reader, a dabbler of anything that the brother has written. The brother has contributed information, and I commend him for the things that he is doing to try to bring light to brothers and sisters. But I want them to be very clear that everyone who speaks on the frequency is not his student or has sat at his feet. That I did not sit down and break down the 7 books of Zechariah Sitchin into a fable about myself. I don't give a damn where you get the information as long as you get it. I don't want you coming to me because I ain't your fucking guru. Don't come to me looking for me to help you to find your spiritual path. I don't want you kneeling at my feet, bowing to me, tapping your ankh on the fucking ground. I don't want none of that dumb shit. Because if you follow Negroes like that, then you deserve everything you get from being another mental form of slave. Thinking that you need somebody to resurrect them higher than yourself as a guide. You are God. And if you can't teach yourself that every day by sitting in the mirror and adoring the reflection that you see, then you got a problem. You got a serious problem. I want to move on. I want to do a thing on the fact that we are the Netaru. We are the gods. We are the fallen gods. I want to do a tape on Lucifer, the first Redeemer, before Jesus. And I want to do something which is no offense to the sisters here. It has to do, you brothers and sisters who are in Kemet would understand exactly what I'm saying. It's called Gazing at the Celestial Pussy. Exploring the divine Tuat of the Cosmic Mother. Now, if you understand who the Tuat was, you know what I'm talking about. So, with that, we're going to move forward. And this particular tape will be entitled The Astrosophic, Metaphysical, and Alchemic Temple of Solomon. Now, you're going to have to follow me because the amount of notes that I put together is about me getting the information on tape. Also putting up a few graphs for you to understand where a lot of this information came from. This particular tape is an addendum to the first four, because I would rather call this the fourth, because I did the mathematics of the beast, and that was like in between the first two. The one I did for Sister Hatshepsut would be like 2A, and then this would be the third. So this is actually, the whole series is decoding the scriptural truth via the bullshit factor. Now, to add to the record, I'd like to put down what Lord Krishna said in the Bhagavad Gita. And it is as follows, quote, "Knowing the whole truth, thou shouldst beware of unsettling the minds of those not yet prepared to grasp it, as untimely teaching may drive from their work such as see only half-truths and become unsettled thereby." He further states, "When thou shalt rise beyond the plane of illusion, then shalt thou cease to disturb thyself regarding doctrines, theology, disputations concerning rites or ceremonies, and other useless trimmings upon the cloth of spiritual thought." That's deep. Now check that. This is Krishna speaking. Get rid of worshiping all idols, and that means creeds, ceremonies, all that bullshit. It fixes you to understand the divinity in yourself, but that's an external experience that sometimes the weak-minded plays as the only conduit to divinity. And unless the teacher is teaching that person that the ceremony is to disappear the more you grow into the knowledge of self and the divinity of self, then that person is keeping you coming back to serve the coiffeurs so that he could buy his Jag, he could buy his Lincoln Continental, he could buy his Rolls Royce. Let me repeat that. When thou shalt rise beyond the plane of illusion, then shalt thou cease to disturb thyself regarding doctrines, theology, disputations concerning rites or ceremonies, and other useless trimmings upon the cloth of spiritual thought. That's beautiful. He also says, you will be liberated from those who would interpret that which they themselves fail to understand. You will be liberated from those who would interpret that which they themselves fail to understand. But instead, shalt thou fix thy mind in earnest contemplation of the Spirit, and thus reach the harmony of thy true self. I couldn't have said it any better, and this whole particular forum is based upon this. I was reading through the Bhagavad Gita, and I thought that's exactly what would be necessary. Also, that which seemeth real to the man of the sense world is known to be illusion by the sage. Now, I'm going to give it up front so that you could understand and get it. This is the bibliography, some books for you to read so you could follow through. Don't believe me. Don't believe nothing of what you hear today. Take it in, and it will be gracious. I see that you have manners. You're sitting here. You're being nice to me. You ain't throwing stuff. So I can tell you certain things that you could do. Bibliography. Death of an Evil God. That's by Joseph Chiapoloni. Death of an Evil God. All of the exposés of Hilton Hotima. And there are about 109 of them. All of the books by Hilarion. Now, Hilarion, H-I-L-A-R-I-O-N, you should make sure you read that with a grain of salt, because he's tapping into the Akashic records. You should also read all of the books by Lobsang Rampa, because it was in Lobsang Rampa that the first mention of this Messiah Maitreya came about. Y'all heard of Maitreya? Well, Maitreya, in truth, Lobsang Rampa's book stated that Maitreya isn't due for another 2 million years. So what, that nigga have a picture of that nigga walking around someplace in Africa calling himself Maitreya. He wasn't due for 2 million years. Books by J.J. Hurtok, H-U-R-T-O-K. One book is called Obadiah, Jonah, and Micah. Another book by Hurtok is The Keys of Enoch. Now that's going to take a little bit of breaking down. Unless you understand how to decode consciousness by way of the semantics that must be formed for you to understand what he's saying, you got a problem. So be very careful how you read that book, because it may have things in there. And don't be disillusioned, or don't go under the illusion that I'm pushing these books because I dig the authors. It ain't got nothing to do with it. White folks got our information. They did enough stealing for the last 2,000 years that they could dabble into it, and just by association with melanin and the vibration, they can pick up shit. And they have. They've decoded a lot of our stuff. But the missing integer, the missing ingredient is us. Because who we are the ancestors of the ones that put down the information that they're trying to decode with an afflicted pineal gland. So it ain't got nothing to do with racism, because I'm going to do something on melanin myself. It ain't got nothing to do with racism. Pale or pink people have an endocrine sickness. That's it. They know it. They know that white is recessive and black is dominant. They understand that. They won't let you understand that. There was this anthropologist in South Africa during the reign of the Boers who said, we cannot love you, because to love you would be to destroy ourselves. They know why they must be wicked and evil towards you, because if they were to interface with you, it would be over. That scientist called Dr. Martin Luther King tried that. The scientist, the social scientist called Dr. Martin Luther King, thought that he could get white and black people together. But whites understood that if whites loved blacks and blacks loved whites, there'd be a whole lot of brown people in 5 generations. And that the dominant seed, the 1/20th, would always overbear that. But you see, they came to their senses, and they're now slick because they've changed the census. The census now reads that you could be white with this background, white with that background, and there's no more white. Because they understand that when they constituted 1/3 of the people on the planet some 50 years ago, they're going to constitute 0.003% in the next 50 years. Which means that we could literally fuck them out of existence. I tell you, we get raw here. We don't bullshit here. What's her name? Who wrote the ISIS papers? Dr. Cress Wilson put it down succinctly for you. She showed you that because his dick won't shoot right, black dick is the dick of life. He has to create an artificial dick in the guise of it. That's why you saw Clint Eastwood Make My Day, so he could use his dick. And it was longer and bigger than everybody. That's what that whole Arnold Schwarzenegger thing was. They took that tip from the black exploitation movies with Jim Brown and Fred Williamson. Y'all was there. Kicking the man's ass, all of that. Whiteys wasn't doing that. They took that formula. Jews who actually was pushing them flicks, making money from us on them flicks. They took that same formula and used the Jews now with new technology to push Arnold Schwarzenegger and the big 3. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, and Bruce Willis, where it was us, Jim Brown, Fred Williamson, and Jim Kelly. So go back to your, what do you call it, where the guitars was, and you'll see that. You'll see the black shadow of that particular genre. That's the shadow of that genre. And you know there's a whole science behind the shadow. You need to see Bobby Hemmett's tape on that. Another one is called Coming Into the Light by Gerald and Betty Schwaller. They always drop stuff on Kemet. The Scrolls of Adam and Eve by Hartak. Deceptions and Myths of the Bible, where a lot of what it is I'm going to be speaking about was taken, as well as from Hermetic Masonry by Frank Higgins, and Aum, The Lost Word by Frank Higgins. That's just some of the books that went into putting together the 10 that I got. And of course, you understanding the Bible, the reading the Sefer Yetzirah, also reading the Mahabharata, all of these books. So, brothers and sisters who may hear me repeat certain pieces of information based upon what Dr. York was talking about, and then coming to meetings saying, why did I not say Dr. York's name? Because I didn't use his reference points. If he used reference points that I used, do not assume that I used his because he went to the same reference points that I did. I just want to clear that up for tape 3 so that we can move forward. You got enough of a bibliography, and I promise that with every tape I will give you more information, more bibliographies for you to go and check the information for yourself. Now I want to go because you folks out there believe that your president and all of, white folks, when they say it, it must be real. Little black Negro here, field nigger, he say something. But when Thomas Jefferson says it, y'all gonna stand up and say, that's right. He even fucked black women, so he got to be saying something right. Now, y'all don't know that. Washington, all of them had sisters. Dog ass. Thomas Jefferson. In every country, in every age, the priest has been hostile to liberty. He has always allied himself with the despot, abetting his abuses in return for protection for his own. I didn't say this. Your president did. I'm going to repeat it. In every country and in every age, the priest has been hostile to liberty. He has always been in allegiance with the despot, abetting his abuses in return for protection for his own. Emile Zola. He was a smart white man, right? Civilization will thrive only when the last stone from the last church has fallen on the last priest. Lord Bertrand Russell. You know when white folks speak like English, you know them motherfuckers got to be real educated, right? You hear English accent, you think right away, he must know what he's talking about. Well, I went to Lord Bertrand Russell. There can be no doubt that at any period during the last 600 years, Christendom would have gained morally by the extinction of the church. And this is the last one, because y'all really believe white folks. Mark Twain says, now y'all went and read Huckleberry Finn and all of that. Y'all were growing up on it. But this is what Mark Twain said. Most people are bothered by the passages in scriptures which they cannot understand. But as for me, I always noticed that the passages in scriptures which troubled me the most were those that I could understand. Now on to the allegory of Solomon. Now, in the Bible it says that Solomon's temple was a temple builded not with hands, neither with sound of iron or metal tool. Now, the word Solomon oh, brother, you're going to give me more chalk than this. Okay. Now, I'm going to be doing this a lot, so you're going to have to give me a minute or two to be able to, hello? Hello, okay. Now, the word Solomon is broken from 3 different languages. Sol, and on. Now, Sol is from the Latin solus, which means what? The sun. Or A-U-M, is from the Sanskrit. This bad boy has a wire trouble. Okay, I'm going to hold it up like this. Om is from the Sanskrit. Now this is from, again, the Latin. This is from the Sanskrit. And it means heat. Or light which produces heat. On is from the Abyssinian Kemetic, which means which means being, or the light of being. So Solomon was actually taken from an amalgamation of all 3 of these. And you got to remember that the Bible, and what they did to the Bible, was to slice it up according to what they could decipher and put together, or homogenize and what is that? What do you call that? Edit history so that it would suit themselves. Now, the word sola comes from Solomon. You look at the word sola, and you'd understand that the word sola essentially is S-O-L. They just reversed it. Everything around the word Solomon has to do with the sun. And all of the principles of involution and evolution. What the temple means, everything else. Now, we're going to get back to it. I'm going to be popping up every now and then, because I wish I had one that was stable so I could just kind of just run back. This thing is going to be a little... Let me see what I can do here. Oh, that's what you didn't do. Come here. Come here. Oh, that's better. Now, Solomon is the personification of shining wisdom, as they said, and was distributed or described in his songs as the brightness of the everlasting light, the unspotted mirror of the power of God, and the image of goodness. Solomon's temple meant nothing more or less than the temple or vault of the heavens, of which Saul, the king, was the center. And being the constitution of the grand man, so does it also correspond to the man on earth. Now, when you want to get to understanding judges and kings, you have to remember that the information you're taking is based upon Jews who had no history, who needed other people's history to compile a history of their own. Now, one of the greatest lies and deceptions in the Bible, which was actually in complicity between the Jews and the Catholicism and Catholics, is its claim that the Bible is an historic document. So they're taking all of the fables and mythologies in the Bible that were written by other peoples and using it as their history to glorify their deeds, quote unquote. The Roman Church did this with the characters in Genesis, and it's no better with Judges and Kings. There is no more cunning deception in the Bible than its claim to genealogy. Making all these people they call Moses and Noah and all these people real. Anthropomorphizing them and giving them a life in your consciousness when you look at Charlton Heston parting the waters. They can put the story in your brain and your brain will react upon it as truth. And the Hitlerian lie is if you say bullshit enough times, long enough, hard enough, with enough emphasis, it'll become a truth. And that's what the Bible is. And they had 2,000 years to do that shit to you. Not even about 2,000 years to do that to you. It claims in the Bible that Solomon was the son of David. And since David was a mythic hero as well, and David had no precise lineage, and there's no ambient facts to who he was, to prove to the contrary, it means that David was a myth too. Solomon is just another solar myth creation and totally independent of the Davidian myth of creation. There's a Solomon myth of creation and a Davidian myth of creation. In 2 Chronicles chapter 9, verse 23, it says, all the kings of the earth sought his presence. Go and read it for yourself. All the kings of the earth sought his presence. Now, if you understand the metaphysics, yeah, everybody want to get up in the sun. But if you take it the way these Jews and these Christians put it, that everybody from all over the earth wanted to come and sit at the feet of this man because he was the wisest of the wise. Now, if this was the case that all kings of all the earth wanted to be at the feet of this man, where is the historical document from these disparate civilizations that this man even existed? His time of reign was allegedly just prior to the Greeks Homer and Hesiod. Yet they never mentioned him in any of their writings. Even Herodotus, who did the most extensive writings on African peoples, never mentioned him or the Jews. The reason for this is obvious. The Bible is nothing more than an Israeli religious concept. Perverted versions of history. Its wisest of wise men, nothing more than a personification. His metaphysical wisdom, but creative wisdom. His human wisdom assigned to him by his creators. Samson, Samuel, Saul, Solomon, all of them. 4 different names for the sun. The Roman Latin letter Sol, the Hindu Om or Om, and the Chaldean Kemetic On, again, are all 3 representative of the creative spirit and were worshipped as such in the Ancient of Days. In 1 Kings chapter 3, it states, and Solomon, the creative spirit, made affinity with Pharaoh king of Egypt, who represents earth, and took Pharaoh's daughter, who was the actual metaphysical representation of matter, and brought her into the city, which essentially meant the sun. He also brought the Queen of Sheba, and his mother's name was Bathsheba. Is that clues? He went to get the Queen of Sheba, but his mother's name was Bathsheba. Maybe he liked the Queen of Sheba because she was named after his mother. Maybe the place was named after his mother and he really dug her and he said, wow. Or his mother might have said that. He might have been a mama's boy. Anyway, the word Sheba means 7th. Follow me now. These books of Judges and Kings, especially the story of Solomon and Sheba, are all overt rip-offs of the Hindu books of prose called the Mahabharata. Let me repeat that. The books of Judges and Kings, especially the story of Solomon and Sheba, are all overt rip-offs of the story written by Prakriti and Rama. Story of Prakriti and Rama. Solomon and Sheba. And it was in the Mahabharata. If proof that these parts of the Bible are neither ancient, historical, or original, if you want proof, it's in that particular book. And you will see the exact same story. It proves that 1st and 2nd Kings were not written during the alleged time of Solomon. Neither, I might add, were his Proverbs. In chapter 11, verse 1, it states, "But Solomon, or King Solomon, loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomites, the Zidonites, and the Hittites." In verse 3 it says, "And he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart." That can't be all they turned away. 700 wives, 300 concubines. This boy even had some serious Yohimbe. Serious Yohimbe. Krishna, though, check this, had over 2,000 wives. Now you see where he came from in the Mahabharata. Krishna had 2,000 wives. But you see, all of this thing here, where it says here, "And he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart," that's the trash women. That's simply the trash women. But you see, the reason why they don't understand what's going on and they literalize is because they don't understand that all these stories that you see, especially this one, and all the women in creation, had to do with the elemental material plane. It had to do with the elementals that went into creating matter. That's who the 700 and the 300 were. 7 and 3 equal what? 10. Now if you understand Kabbalah, you'll understand you have to go to the letters that equal 700 and the letters that equal 300, see what the names mean to the numbers, and you'll understand what they meant by this particular phrase. So in the Kabbalah, when you study Kabbalah and you understand the letters of the Kabbalah, the so-called Hebrew letters, the 22 Hebrew letters, primary letters, of which the first 3 have to do with the fire, air, and water, the next 20, I believe, 3, then I believe the next 10 or 12 having to do with the signs of the zodiac, and the next 7 having to do with the first planetary chain in the system, you'll understand that all the letters of the Hebrew alphabet have to do with the elements, the 12 signs of the zodiac, and the 7 planetary system. So the 700 that they speak about in that phrase, you have to go to the Kabbalistic alphabet and understand what that 700 means, assign it to the particular letter and the particular word or name, and then follow through what that name means esoterically. The implication about the women turning his heart means that he turned to evil. And so we find out that like all the hero characters of the beginning, like I believe Noah, Joshua, all of them had favor with God in the beginning, and then what happened? All of them turned. All of them began to drink, and all of them began to just become dogs. All that meant was the sun, which was at its pristine state, at its height in the zenith when it first came into the physical realm, or the realm where the senses could see it, began to degenerate and essentially became the earth that we now live upon. That's what the whole Bible is speaking about. So, like all the Old Testament personifications of God, Noah, Joshua, and Jacob, Solomon becomes a murderer, killing even his own brother, Adonijah. So Solomon and Cain are the same character. And nevertheless, the Lord loved him and commissioned him to build his holy temple. For this Solomon sent his ships to the ends of the then known ends of the earth for materials, but in another set of verses, we were told that David did these, not Solomon. This is not a contradiction, but an oversight on the part of the lying priesthood. It is actually two sun myths overlapping one another. The so-called Holy Temple of Stone has gone down in history as one of the greatest in all masonry. Yet, according to the specifications, it was small. It was about the size of this building. Check the cuts. 40 feet by 125 feet. And the chancels built around were so puny as to be meaningless. That is, if you were to compare it to the temples of stone at that time, 40 feet by 125 feet. You see them things in Luxor? You see Thebes? You see Memphis? And they're saying this is the greatest temple built of all times? I mean, anthropomorphically? So let's see which ones we're talking about. There is a temple called in Cambodia. I'm going to write this temple down, name there, so you can have it. You can go and check it out. It's called N-A-G-K-O-N. The Nakhon Wat Temple in Cambodia. Now, what do you see about this name alone? If I put K-H-A-M, yeah, black, the black body. That's why when the brothers went over there to fight in Vietnam, the Vietnamese who've been living there for so many hundreds of years saw these black brothers and thought the gods had returned. And was saying, well, why are you fighting with this devil? Then the gods must be crazy. Because I heard stories about them icing white folks and sending the brothers back. So that it got so deep that they said, well, we can't be sending too many white folks to the front. We just send most of the brothers up there. And the story of Bloods, which has been written so many 25 years ago, that still ain't got played yet. That book called Bloods that tells the truth about brothers in Vietnam. But still you see Stone and all that other bullshit, the Full Metal Jacket and all that crap, that came out. Glorifying white folks, still trying to win the war in your mind. But they lost the war. They lost the war. That's why China could come in and buy your presidency. But the Nag Khan, and we're going to look into this word later on down the line, Nakhon Wat Temple in Cambodia. Its dimensions were 769 feet by 588 feet by 250 feet with extraordinary elaborate carvings and columns. Now check this out. In the stonework of the temple there are over 100,000 figures. 100,000 figures. They have a picture that is in that temple that takes up 240 feet. One picture. I'm just showing you about Solomon's temple. Now, Solomon's temple, like Solomon himself, never existed on this earth for the simple reason that it was the earth. In fact, all created bodies in the entire galaxy can be, especially the sun, tabulated as Solomon. The temple that was not builded by hands, external in the heavens, is the earth and the human body, as you will see. Exactly what is represented by the Great Pyramid, which I will be doing a whole thing on the Great Pyramid as well. Thus Solomon is one with or the same as Philippion, its alleged builder. Not actual, but mythical. Both represent the Creator in its Sol, Solace, or Sun period. And as you remember, suns are the creators of worlds. Understand, suns are the creators of worlds. Because the sun made the earth is the reason why there was neither a hammer or an axe nor any tool of iron in the house while it was being built. And its stone was made ready before it was brought thither. That is, from the preceding planes of vibrations to the planes of matter, where it is operating to give up its life to become an earth, to become an Eden, for life to be formed. To build the Temple of Solomon, it took 7 years. There's that number again. 7 days of creation. And this is in Kings. 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 38, I believe. This is the Lord's house, the world entity manifested at the end of the sun period. This is the end, the fall of Solomon into the earth period. And then said again, but Solomon built his own house, this time for himself. And he said, and he was building his own house for 13 years. Hello. Do you get what I'm saying to you? The 12 signs of the zodiac, 13 years being 13 solar years, dealing with the precession of the equinoxes. Going through all 12 signs of the zodiac after it has manifested itself. Now question, why would this wisest of all men, this favored of God, spend so much time, more time on his own household than on God's? Nobody asked that question, huh? I know all the good Christians are saying, well, Solomon built his temple, God told him that. But then this man turned around and made a temple. It took longer to make his temple than it did to make God's temple. Ooh. Well, reason for this is because so far, this cosmic house is not the whole house, but only half. The whole house includes the earth and its evolutionary mandate, as well as the sun and its involutionary process. This all constitutes 7 for the mystical involutionary cycle, and the balance of 6, the molecular base of carbon for matter, for the physical evolutionary atom. But the accounts of the 2 buildings are purposefully confused by improper sequencing of excerpts from different sources. In other words, they're putting in things that belong from other books into the books right there where you're reading, and you don't know the correlation. The molten sea is the molten sun, which stood upon 12 oxen, 3 looking towards the north, 3 looking towards the south, 3 looking towards the west, 3 looking towards the east, and the sea was set above them, and all their hinder parts were inward. That's in Kings 7 and 25. Now, if you look at all the ancient depictions of the signs of the zodiac, you will see that all of them are facing outwards, with the sun in the middle, the symbol of the sun, and the asses going towards the hinder parts, facing towards the center. The 12 oxen are what they call, the 12 oxen are called Kiru. That's what they say they are in the Bible. These are the 12 planetary cherubs in Christianity. And here's the good one. And Solomon, now they can't explain this. I don't ever hear any preacher standing up on his pulpit explaining this particular verse from Judges. And Solomon had 12 officers all over Israel, which provided victuals for the king and his household. Each man his month in a year made provisions. None of them ever break that down. That's because he's talking about each one of the signs of the zodiac, the so-called apostles. The 12 periods of both zodiacs, each sequentially influences life. And the master at Lebanon was Adonai Ram. And the Levi's pictures of Ezekiel's wheel, the word Adonai was placed over it. And in India, the word Adonai. All of them meaning Lord and Creator. That word Ram meaning high, from Rama. See where they got it from? The high Ram. Where do you see this? The builder? Masonic. Wherever you see that word Ram, they pimped it from the Hindus. Now, in Kings, 1 Kings, chapter 6, verse 30, and the floor of the house he overlaid with gold within and without. This is in the same as in Revelations, the streets of gold. The 2 fundamentals of the houses are consciousness and energy, and in the scriptural account, they are personified by Solomon and Hiram. Solomon and Hiram. It's idea and substance. architect and builder. The high Ram is the same as Abram, because Ab means high or father. That's where you get Abraham. The same Abraham is high, son, father. And we from the tribe of Ham. Ham is another word for melanin. In the rebuilding of Jericho, check this out, because Jericho equals earth. Check the next name, Abiram. Where all these people getting these names? Every time somebody got something to do with building, anytime something has to do with you erecting something or tearing it down, there's always a series of numbers, either 7, 12, 13. They always got the name Ab, they got Ram. Abiram, a combination, laid the foundation, so Jericho and Solomon's temple essentially are one and the same. Joshua, who destroyed Jericho, is the evolutionary aspect of the involutionary Solomon, who built it. Let me repeat that. Joshua, who destroyed the temple at Jericho, is actually Solomon, who built it, after he had reached out of his sun stage into destroying the sun stage, falling into matter, you understand, and destroying that edifice that kept his foot, one in the spirit world and one in the material world. He became totally material. He destroyed his spiritual energy and became matter. He was, this is Joshua, in the Hebrew, in the Hindu, Joshua, Shiva. Joshua played Shiva at this particular point because there were three. Brahma is what? Same thing. That's where they took Abraham from. Brahma and Abraham is the same. You got Brahma, and they just took the A out and put it here. So Brahma and Abraham are the same. So when you're looking at Brahma is the creator, Vishnu is the sustainer, Shiva is the destroyer. So at that particular point in the Bible, Joshua was Shiva, the destroyer. But he is also Brahma, or Braham, the builder, because Joshua is in the guise of Yeshua, Jeshua, who helped to rebuild Jerusalem. So you see, it's constantly them interweaving old creation and destruction myths with different characters, but with similar names. Solomon, the son, built the temple earth, but Satan also came along. Satan is the doorkeeper of the temple of the king. He standeth in Solomon's porch. He holdeth the keys of the sanctuary. Solomon, Shiva, Satan, Joshua, Jeshua, and Jehovah, all of them are one and the same. Certain fraternities, like in Masonry, base their symbolism on this so-called temple. In mythology, this earth temple is also called a cave. And this is the cave or crypt of Masonry, the secret crypt under Solomon's temple, wherein wisdom, strength, and beauty hid the foundation stone of the second temple. All you Masons out there. This stone is the earth itself, the lithos, formed in the cosmic crucible, the first temple. When that sun, the molten sun, begins to lose its life, its high radiation frequencies, and then begins to coalesce that incandescent gas into matter, into the earth. The 7 pairs of pillars found in the passageway are the 7 dual elements of creation. When Masons learn to think in this way about their symbolism, they'll begin to understand the truth of what it is that they're really practicing. See, a lot of Masons buy their degrees. They don't study into their degrees. They just buy their damn degrees. Some of them just kiss ass and get their degrees. But they ain't got nothing up here. Now, there's a man called E.E. Goldsmith. And he said, the Hebrews, now check this out. This is not me. This is E.E. Goldsmith. The Hebrews are people who never invented anything. Goldsmith. The Hebrews are people who never invented anything. They merely used for their poetic imagery the characteristic beliefs of the people to whom they made direct reference and contact. Damn. That's you. They still pimping your shit. They still running the record companies that filter your talent, your blood, your experience into the billions that they build their empires with. The same shit they did when they were formulating how they were going to fuck you over, when they came in and sat at your feet. You in your benevolence, you in your love and understanding, you in your civilizing matter, instead of lopping off their heads, decided to stand them upright. Give them a little wisdom. Give them a little knowledge. They took the shit and came back and kicked your ass with it. Damn. Now check this out. So the Jews studied and stole the story of Sargon's temple at Khorshabad. Or maybe they even stole the story of Nebuchadnezzar's Ekua at Esaglia. Now, Ekua was the name of the temple that he built at Esaglia. Now, you're going to find out that he built that. Check it out. This is the temple that they took the story of Solomon and superimposed it on Nebuchadnezzar's temple. And this is what Nebuchadnezzar wrote. To the building of Esaglia, my heart inclined me. I held it constantly in my mind. I selected the best of my cedar trees, which I had brought from Mount Lebanon, the snow-capped forest, for the floor of Ekua, the shrine of his lordship, and I decorated with brilliant gold and precious stones. Concerning the temple of Esaglia, I prayed every morning to the King of the gods, the Lord of lords. Like dear life, love I the building of their lodging places. This is Nebuchadnezzar speaking. Now along comes a Hebrew or Edomite. He's reading this and saying, damn, that shit sounds good. And he starts plagiarizing it. He takes it to his people. They say, hey, that shit sounds good. Now they got hold of all your information. Now they're compiling a history for themselves, and they just eked out all the best shit. But they just keep forgetting that every time in the Bible, they must have had their asses kicked somewhat. 700 years they've been under the gun, or they've been incarcerated, they've been in bondage and shit. That's all you read about, the Jews being in bondage. Who are these motherfuckers that you got to keep them in bondage? Constantly. Them some criminal motherfuckers, that's what they was. It's the only reason you put somebody in bondage for 700 goddamn years. Every place they went to, they couldn't assimilate. In the Talmud that they had, in their Talmud, they rewrote part of their Talmud, and in their Talmud they said they can have sex with babies. They justify pedophilia in their Talmud, saying that if you did it before a certain age, the child wouldn't remember. It's in the Talmud. Now here's another Jew. This guy is a historian. His name is Myers. About the ancient Hebrews made little or no contributions to science. Yet still they keep pushing this Einstein shit. E equals MC squared. It don't work. Why the hell you think they're teaching it to you? That formula is so incomplete. That's the formula for so-called time and space. That's the way he says space bends and all that old dumb shit. We knew that. That's why I got to do something on the science of the ancient masters. Just to show you how deep these people were. That's what this thing on the celestial pussy is going to be about. Y'all think I'm playing games, but this is real. Exploring the divine twat. The divine twat of the cosmic mother. When you get into the cosmic mother's twat, that shit is deep. Now y'all can read all that other shit in there. I'm telling you all what the deal is. It's in the cosmic twat. The ancient Hebrews made little or no contribution to science. They produced no new order of architecture. The temple at Jerusalem was little more than a reproduction of a Babylonian sanctuary. In sculpture, they did nothing for their religion, forbade them making any graven image. So they didn't do a damn thing except become merchants. And the quintessence of all jewelry was in that movie Wall Street. When Michael Douglas said, "I don't make shit, I own it." That's quintessence of these devils. They don't make shit, they just own it. They pimp it, they steal it, they own it. The name Solomon is a Kabbalistic composition intended to symbolize the light of divine wisdom. The outward form of the name expresses precisely the same symbolism as the three offices of the Masonic Lodge. Now, I'm sorry when you Masons start seeing what I'm going to do. It's time y'all come out the closet. Because y'all acting like faggots did 20 years ago. Y'all in the closet. Y'all handshaking and grabbing each other's dicks and all that shit. Oh, y'all think I'm funny? To become a 33 and a third degree Mason, you got to suck dick. And you got to do it good. Anyway. Y'all think I'm lying. Oh, all right. Now you know what I'm not going to be. So, and I will show you this. Let me see if this other side works better. Yeah, this other side works better. This part here got too much water on it. When you put too much water on a blackboard, it begins to, yeah, this might work a little better, hopefully. Hang on. The word Sol in Masonry represents the sun rising in the east. That's at its rising point. The word represents it at its zenith, or noon. And the word on is the sun as it sets in the west. Now, I know you can't hardly see that, but what it says is the sun. Sol represents the sun rising in the east. Is its zenith. And on is its setting in the west. These three names, taken separately, are in themselves extremely ancient, much older than the collective name together, and in a variety of ways connected all that men in this present age had rediscovered of the wonders of the universe. Now, when I do the whole thing on Tetragrammaton, and I break down the whole science behind JHVH, that's going to be a trip. That's going to probably take 2 days to do. Now, JHVH was worshipped, or Jehovah was worshipped, or the particular name was worshipped, ages before the so-called Jews came about. At that time, the divine wisdom light, or Solomon, was recorded in the Babylonian cuneiforms. Check this out. This is where they got the word Solomon from. where the word Solomon came from. Ancient Babylonian cuneiform tablets showed that that was the word that pimped it. The word Sa means king. Now, in Western history, translated, the word Shalmansah, and was perverted by the Jews and meant Sa Shalom, or Prince of Peace. Reversed. The Solomons of Babylonia, or what is known as the wisdom sects, actually produced and processed or possessed temples dedicated to divine wisdom light, which were schools of instruction in the arts, sciences, having as the final assembly hall of the priestly initiates a middle chamber reached by 7 successive steps and stages. This is where masonry gets this stuff. The remains of a number of these old wisdom temples, some of the remains, of which the Bible took its words of the Tower of Babel, was one of the primary ones, which the Tower of Babel was one of the primary ones, have been found in ruinous condition. So most of the Babylonian Empire, I know what I forgot. I forgot to bring you pictures of the new Babylonian Empire that they're getting ready, that what's his name was building, Saddam Hussein. And why they want to bomb his shit back to the ends of the earth. Thank you very much. I know somebody had their head on straight today. Thank you very much. This, get a close-up on this shit. You'll want to see this. Check it out. This is a picture of the rebuilt city of Babylon. Now, at the time, I believe this was back in 1984, over $800 million was spent to rebuild it. Y'all got a close-up on it? Let me get over here on this one. Okay? That's the new city of Babylon. Now, when the old city of Babylon supposedly was built, you could ride some 6 chariots side by side just along the top of the battlements. And the bad boy stretched for something like 185 miles. Check that out. So now your boy Saddam Hussein is spending big money to build that back up. But he also said he would pay as a finder's fee anyone who had the ability to rebuild the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the way his ancestors did, supposedly. No way! He's going over there to Europe, he went over to Britain, he's going to try to get these non-Melanites that cannot pick up nothing else but what they think their left brain can give to them, to try to do something that Spirit gave to these people. They don't even understand how the pyramid was built. They don't even understand how they got the blocks there. They don't understand that we were using anti-gravity. But you over there, did I tell you that they found some shit down in there? Oh, okay, you didn't hear about that. How they getting ready to they get an expedition to the Great Pyramid, because they found a box. This is back in 1935 or 1945. They found a box about 70 miles outside of Greece, and they dug about 96 feet down into the ground. And they found this box and 5 scrolls perfectly preserved. And in them scrolls, they've been trying to break them down for the last 40 years. Back in 1978 or 79, they finally deciphered them, found out one of those scrolls was supposedly from Atlantis, and the other ones are supposedly put together and was a secret chamber, a way to get into a secret chamber some 500 feet below the Great Pyramid. Now, in this secret chamber, they already had people who went there. Albert Einstein, all these, super whiteys went down there, and they went and checked down in there and found that they had information on liquid light. They had information on neutron propulsion, anti-gravity, the whole 9 yards. That's why these bastards want to have a party at the foot of the pyramid in 2000. All right? The gates of Ishtar. They rebuilt that bad boy too. Now, here's what they said at the bottom of this, because you know the Christians were the ones who put this together. The rebuilt gate, Ishtar Gate in Babylon. This is where he said Daniel and the Jewish captives were led through this gate 25 centuries ago. Boy, these bastards presume so much. They just take their shit and just superimpose it. You check that out? So that's the gate of Ishtar. I was going to get it so I could pass it out to you. You'll remind me. I'm going to bring it the next time we have our next gathering. I'll bring you these because I made some extra copies for you all. So that y'all could say that, well, you know, Reverend Valentine, well, you know, he wasn't lying on this one. That's deep. I'd like to go and check that out, but see, you can't trust these white boys. They may be bombing from stealth any minute, you know, to try to stop him from erecting that. Again, the name Solomon is totally Kabbalistic, and it antedates its use to represent an Israeli king. It is not an Israeli king because the king of Assyria in 1300 BC named Shalmaneser, all right, he had his acronym SLMN, which became Solomon, Shalmaneser, and the name Sa, meaning king, is unmistakably King Solomon in the English translation. Now, the Hebrew alphabet is very important. That's why I should also tell you to get a book called Kabbalah by Carlos Suarez. That's Kabbalah by Carlos Suarez, and the Kabbalistic Encyclopedia. This is a gift that Bobby Hemmett gave to me, by David Goodwin. Now, if you want to understand Solomon, because Solomon is a Kabbalistic kind of Masonic thing, you have to deal with the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So when you're dealing with Solomon, and you're not dealing with well, it was A-E-I-O-U again, vowels. So you look at Solomon, thusly. So dealing with SLMN, you understand the values to be 60. This is again me showing you without having to give you, because I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get it. It costs money. I have money. But I'm going to see if I can get you little things for you to follow so that you will see the number value to the letters. So the number value to the letter is 60, 30, 40, and 50. 60, 30, 40, and 50. The sum of which all of these together equals 180. Follow me carefully. Now, the 180 actually represents the semicircle of the sun in your position passing from the east to the west. It's the journey. Now, it also represents not only the sun going from the east to the west, but also the sun going from the west to the east again. Oh, okay. All right? The top part is where Heru, or the sun itself, Amen-Ra, is exalted. This is when Heru goes into the underworld, supposedly. All right, that's when the sun goes through its nightly journey. There's a day journey and a night journey. It also represents the passage of the sun from the sign of Leo through Libra, Virgo, and Scorpio. And Sagittarius, I'm sorry. Causing it to describe what is known as the royal arc, of which Libra, the highest of the 12 signs of the zodiac, constitutes the keystone. Now that's the keystone of Masonry. From BC 1835 to AD 325. Now what do we know about AD 325? Nicene Council. Very good. See? I like that. This passage through 5 signs constitutes the completion of each year's symbolic temple to the author and giver of all good, represented in the fire sign of the element of fire. The earth sign of Taurus corresponds to the letter A as well as V, Alph, An ox, 2 signs of Gemini, in each case suggesting the analogy between Hercules and Apollo, Tammuz and Adonis, and the 2 sons of David, Jedediah, God's strength, and Adonijah, God's love. Hercules, check this out, as the Therian or Thion or Tyrian, Malkuth. Malkuth is Hercules. Hercules and Malkuth are the same. Or Melech Katha was the Icarus or Hermes, king of the city of Tyre, and Apollo Hermes, the divine wisdom who accompanies the sun, the nearest of all planetary buddies. Now check this out. I'm putting all this down as information really quickly before I start getting into any other things. This is the base information that you could take home to study. This is information you have to put in there before I start breaking down other things. The nearest of all his planetary bodies until the pursuit of divine solar order. The planet Mercury falls in this 3 times a year circuit around the sun as the sun passes the sign of Libra, the highest of the 12. Now, I'm going to show you something that I wish I had a ruler of some kind, but it's going to work. And we are going to work. This glyph is necessary. I'm going to put the thing down for me to do this. Hang on. Breakdown of why it is that these particular letters fall under the geometric as well as numerological classification. Because where they are in relationship to the sun's passage across the heavens denotes the degrees or the angle of the sun's rays during the specific times of the day when the sun is at its zenith at each part of the day, when the sun gives off its most potencies at these parts of the day. So this particular semicircle was broken down in accordance with 60 degrees, 30 degrees, 40 degrees, and 50 degrees of influence. Now to the Kemets, Sol Oman is the passage of Amen-Ra in its 3 phases. And this was taken from the hymn of Amen-Ra, or hymn to Amen-Ra, where we read, I am Tamu, T-M-U, in the morning. I am Ra at noon. I am Tamu in the morning. I am Ra at noon. And I am Hu, or Hamarcus. Now who is Hamarcus? The Sphinx in the evening. That is to say, I am the dawn, the noon, and the sunset in 3 distinct forms, coexisting perpetually and co-equally with the substance of the sun. Also, did these 3 divine persons coexist? That's Sol, Am, and An. These 3 divine personages, because at each phase of this semicircle of 180 degrees, at each phase of this circle of 180 degrees, and you notice how it broke down, that this 60, 30, 40, and 50 breaks down and come down to the 180 degrees. At each basis of the 100 degrees, there is a specific personality to the sun. And in the specific books that you read about a Metaphysics, you understand that these particular influences of the sun gave birth to specific energies that have specific names, specific gods, that actually guard over these potencies, and actually you can use or call upon them or learn how to manifest those energies by calling upon their names, by using their specific glyphs at certain times of the day in order to energize. Now, the only reason I'm using the Hebrew alphabet is because it was one of our alphabets. It was one of the ancient alphabets we taught these bastards. So I'm using it right now because it's the closest we can come to without me drawing a whole lot of Medu-Neter all over the board. But essentially, that's what I am doing. I'm drawing specific star configurations, because if you understand how this works, you will understand that these particular symbols here that they call the Hebrew alphabet are essentially all star configurations. There is a book called The Divine Something of Celestial Correspondences by Trumbull. I remember the whole name. The Divine Something of celestial correspondences. And you will see that in that book it shows you that all 22 characters of the Hebrew alphabet can be actually shown in the heavens as a particular star configuration. So you can tell that they didn't make this up. Now, it also shows that the three influences, now check me carefully, Sol, and On, are your original what? The original Trinity. The 3 in 1 and the 1 in the 3. So each one of these had their principles. Each one of these was a principle of deity in its magnetic electrical potency. Now this hymn to Amun-Ra, after declaring the sacred unity in the most emphatic and explicit terms, then proceeds to invoke the three persons' name. Now, Amun, A-M-U-N, using nevertheless the singular pronoun for all collected three is Abram, does when he is visited by, oh, check this out. Remember when Abraham was visited on the plain of Memra? Or Memra in Genesis 18, verse 1 to 3? In Genesis 1 to 3, in Genesis 18, 1 to 3, your boy Abraham was visited on the plain of Memra. Mem, mother and father, on the specific place where the mother and father principle manifested. That's what it meant. Mem, which means the mother, and Ra, the energizing force, the sun, where the waters and the fire came together, where the molten waters came together. That's where your boy Abraham, the high father, created and met. So what it's saying there is that Abraham, the son, met with the principles of the father and the mother, which coalesced to become the elements which then became the earth. The Hebrew name for the solar deity is a serious, noticeable ripoff. And it is... Now, remember, we're talking about Memra. And the Hebrew is Al, if I'm not mistaken, Jah. From the plains of Mem-Ra, or Mem-Re. Now, for an interpretation of the orbital arc, we must consult the geometria of the Hebrew language, in which each number is represented by a letter of the alphabet. With that, we discover that 60, Shemef, or S, 30, Lamed, or L, Mem, or M, and Nun, for N, is a skeleton for essentially, check it out, SLMN, or Solomon. Now, when you fill in, everybody got this down? I hope you draw it. I'll just get the tape. You got it? Damn, all this work. You know what? I got to get, at least I got to catch up with what he calls, so I could show you all pictures and shit, you know. But then, where's the fun in all that? SLMN. Now, when you're talking about SLMN, which when filled in with the three mystic sixes, 666, or is the cube of 6, it becomes It becomes 216, the cube of 6, and the sum of the cubes of 3, 4, 5, and the 666, the grand numbers of the sun, are all bound up with the ancient solar mysteries of Kemet. Sol thus stands for the rising sun again, for the meridian, On for the setting sun. Biblically, Solomon was called the son of David. I'll come back to this a little later. The son of David. Now check this out. David, in the what do you call it, was the number 4 in the what do you call the Bible? A equals 1, V equals 6, and I equals, I just said it, man, 10. Or is that right? Yeah. And then D equals what? 4. Now when you understand how this goes, all of these together equal to 25. Follow me? The number of the square of the hypotenuse. Now the square of the hypotenuse, for those of you who understand the right angle, right? Y'all learned that. I wasn't shit in math. So I got to go and study geometry all over again to get to the whole tetragrammaton thing for you. But when you understand this, the square of the hypotenuse, for all those of you who know the math, the formula is written like this: 3, 1, 4, 1, 5. That's how the formula is written for the so-called Pythagorean theorem. All right? Now, this particular symbol here was where they got this chalk ain't good. You do? Okay, this is that. I don't think this chalk. This one is better because it's looser. But check this out. The Eye of Heru. I know people in Chemite, they don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. But the Eye of Heru, essentially, is where this particular mathematical equation was formulated. The Eye of Heru being the eye that essentially sees what it is that the Creator has as its plan to manifest. It sees what it is to become because it already is that. And you are the one that looks back upon itself. You are the eye that keeps eye contact with the Creator. The Creator keeps eye contact with you, you keep eye contact with it. That's what the whole Eye of Heru is about metaphysically. They may say other things, but that's part of it. Now, in this case, David, or D-A-V, this is from the Pythagorean theorem. The word D-A-V equals 11. The side of the square. And the ID 14 equals, no, ID equals 14, or the radius of the circle. Follow me along. There's a lot to say, so we're going to be able to explain some of this a little later on. I have to get as much of it down as possible. It can be logically argued that these two spellings, although incorporated into the English Bible, are not equivalent to the original Hebrew SHMLH, which essentially breaks down to meaning a form of Jehudi. These names are taken verbatim from the Egypto-Greco Pentateuch, showing those insurmountable evidence that the so-called Hebrew religion of Yahweh was not original with the B'nai Yisrael, but was a geometrical variation of themes or cosmic themes selected by their early leaders from the ancient wisdom teachings of the Kemites, the Hindus, and the Chaldeans. Now, this particular 31415, 5, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, which equals to 3, the 3 sides itself actually comes back out itself. The 5, 4, and 3 comes out to the 3 sides again. When you know the numerical, 5, 4 is 9, and 3 is 12. 12 breaks down to 3. Still breaks down to the 3 sides. But when it says here, the son of David, essentially, the son of, well, let me just come back a little bit. This is becoming a little bit crowded. It's not big enough, but we will do. When you understand that Solomon, I'm going to break it down again, S-O-L-O-M-O-N. See this chalk? Doesn't work as well as the other one. It's not as loose. It's kind of thick. Breaking down the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The numerals underneath the constants, 1, 3, 5, and 7, all break down our metaphysical architectures of the human body, and these are the number of muscles, tendons, and ligaments in the human body. The number 2, 4, and 6 break down to being the number of bones and cartilage structures in the human body. What we have essentially is a framework for the organs of motion in the human body. Add together the vowels, which is 2, 4, and 6, and behold the mystical number of 12, or the numerical signs for the signs of the zodiac, which essentially the signs of the zodiac are the framework for the Sol Ra system. Oh, all right. Beautiful.
Very soft.
Yes, this is what I like. The soft one is what's actually working. Thank you. See? The 12 signs of the zodiac constitute the framework, much like you see the bones and the muscles constitute the framework of man in the physical flesh. The 12 signs of the zodiac, when you add up 2, 4, and 6, end up being the 12 signs or the framework for our solar system. And it says, in Solomon the son had 12 officers over Israel, each in their month and their year. This is provision. This is in, I believe, 1 Kings chapter 4, verse 7. Now together, you add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you put them all together, and they add up to what? 28. And that adds up to being the 28 mansions of the moon. This is the signs of the zodiac. Brother wanted me to work some stuff with the signs of the zodiac. Well, Solomon is this part here. Metaphysically and mystically, Solomon represents perfect being as expounded by Hermetic doctrine, in which the 4 consonants, which is 1, 3, 5, and 7, symbolizes the involutionary, that is, involutionary potentials of the objective states. Now, the involutionary potentials of the objective states turns out to be S, there we go, L, here we go, M, and N. The first state or objective state is mineral. The next state is vegetable. The next state after that is animal. And the next state is man. These parts here, this SLMN, like we saw in Solomon, represents the 4 objective planes: mineral, vegetable, animal, and man. The 3 that we have, which deals with the 3 subjective planes, we're dealing with the 3 zeros, right? So we can put them right here. O, O, and O. Can you all see this on the camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the O, you look at the 3 subjective evolutionary planes. This is your involutionary or subjective. This is your evolutionary. I'm sorry. evolutionary. And this is your involutionary. This, okay, right here. And what does that constitute? Spirit, mind, and body. Spirit, mind, and body. Now, it also represents on the planes of the elemental planes, salt, sulfur, and mercury. Salt, sulfur, and mercury. What are these? These are the 3 bases of chemistry, of the black dot theory. So, you're dealing here with that you're looking at, or the 4 objective areas, are essentially the 4 elements of the fire, the air, the water, and the earth. So you have the 4 objective planes and the 3 subjective planes. Spirit, mind, and body, which interweaves pretty much everything having to do with the subjective or the objective planes of existence. You got all that down? We're putting this information down real quickly because I have a lot to put down, actually. You can study this as we go along. You got it? I'm getting it off. All right, let's just go over it one more time. SLMN, right? 1, 3, 5, 7 ends up being fire, air, water, earth, which represents mineral, vegetable, animal, and man. That's the objective planes. The subjective planes, 2, 4, and 6, which represent the salt, sulfur, and the mercury, which is the involutionary versus the evolutionary planes. You have spirit, mind, and body. Okay? I'm going to write Solomon all over again because, yeah. Now, pay attention to this. In the central 4, the central number 4 is expressed. This represents the first mathematical power. It is the number of the 4 elements, the divine quadrature of the primary material essence. It is significant of the generating virtue of the solar potency without which no other manifestation can come into being, the number 4. That is the base of the pyramid. That number 4 is the base of the pyramid. It is the base of the pyramid of physiological life. The middle 4 is what is known as the pivotal integer in the numericals of the word Solomon, and it also represents the inner sanctuary of every manifested temple in nature. In other words, without these 4 elements working within every physiological moving entity, this thing called life would not come into being. So from the germ all the way up to what you know as Godhead, these 4 foundational principles must be at work if the physiological, that which is mind and spirit, comes into the body. Without that, it doesn't happen. So, if you understand that these principles, when amplified, has a harmonic of the 8, or what is known as the dyads, or numerical brackets, that join together on either side of the 4 to show you that either side of the 4, being the 4 as the representative balance, or the representative foundation, you represent and see that now where you see that sign before? Yeah, the Jews is taking everything. Yeah, well, we pimping everything else that we ain't. We don't even. I don't know why the hell we got even celebrating that fucking thing. I don't know why y'all all into this Kwanzaa shit. Y'all need to stop that. Y'all need to stop that. Y'all need to stop dealing with second-hand celebrations, because you were given that as a placebo to Christmas by an agent provocateur that did more to destroy black movements than any other Negro and women. Exactly. And if you really, really want to honor Dr. John Henry Clark, you would go and get his tapes and you would listen to what he had to say about Kwanzaa and what he had to say about Dr. Maulana Karanga. Right. Y'all need to stop that, because these Jews has already got the Kwanzaa stockpile. Now y'all supposed to make whatever it is you're supposed to give to your people. Y'all niggas is out there buying Kwanzaa gifts. What the fuck is that? go out and get me something for Kwanzaa. We need to go out and get something for Kwanzaa. It's just supposed to be made by you, by your hands, and given to somebody. But this nigga shopping like they shop for Christmas, for Kwanzaa. You get a Kwanzaa card. You make your own damn Kwanzaa card. We always second-class citizens. Anyway, back to it. Now, you know I rushed through a lot of the stuff that I said earlier on Solomon. But I'm putting down as much as I can on these tapes because as I do the Tetragrammaton, I will be going back to what I said before. And you will have paperwork as to the Hebrew alphabet. You'll have it on the information around Jehovah and what that particular mathematical equation means. It's very difficult for me to try to put in the time that I have specific types of universal principles so that you get it right away. I have to get the information down, and by hopes and prayers that somebody's coming along, and if I can't decipher it in time for you, somebody will, but you'd already have it in your mind. You'd have something to reference. Now, if we understand that this represents, the 8 represents the first cube. You understand? That's what that's about. The harmonic of the 4 as the foundation, the amplification of that 4 as the foundation makes itself into the first value for the human equation, which is the cube. Now, if you understand the energy around that, you would understand that this here is the sun, and there go your 7 planets again. You have the moon, you have Mercury, you have Venus, you have Mars, you have Jupiter, which is essentially the moon itself on a cross pattern, a cross quadrant here. That's the symbol. And you have Saturn, which is again the cross. I remember how that does. Yeah. Okay. You got that? Now they will actually call the first one, which is the sun, is Shamash in the Hebrew. Then you have the moon, which is Sin. You have in the ancient, really, it's not Hebrew, it's the Babylonian and the Sumerian and the Chaldean. So when I say Shamash, which is the sun, Sin, which is the moon, Nebo, N-E-B-O, which is Mercury, Ishtar, which is Venus, Nergal, N-E-R-G-A-L, which is Mars, Marduk, which is Jupiter. Marduk was another name for what? Nibiru. And then there's Ea, E-A, for Saturn. This is why it is said in Masonic law that microcosmic man, as the sun and the substance of nature's diversities, is said to be, when he has understood himself, 4 squared and perfect. All you good Masons out there know what I'm talking about. The sun interpenetrates the elements with atomic light. Now these are the 4 elements. The sun interpenetrates the elements with atomic light while they are in their primal states. They in turn, through the combined expressed value of the 4, brings about the harmonic 8, or is the cause which brings about the manifestation. Now, 1, 3, 5, and 7, the value of the human chakras represents this. 1, 3, 5, and 7 represents absorbing, polarizing, storing, and comprehending intelligent life. So you have the first one is absorbing, polarizing, storing, and comprehending. Now, the absorbing part, which is the one, is represented itself by the fact that on the line, that's a very heavy metaphysical tip here when you talk about absorbing as the one. That one, essentially when expressed from the center, seeks itself. So it absorbs or essentially takes the quintessential matter or the essences of the components around it and brings about the second and the third integer, which essentially is polarizing. So you have a yin and a yang, but you have an entropic here, which makes it 3. So when you say that the 3 represents polarizing, it does. It represents the first cube, the first container. And then, after everything has been polarized, you have storing. This is where the energy becomes the dynamic. All consciousness comes through pyramidal light matrices before it manifests as its programming. Then, after all of these have happened, then this combination of absorbing, polarizing, and storing, which are involutionary processes of the One Most High, that become evolutionary processes later on down the line. This involutionary process becomes understanding or comprehending. The 2, 4, and the 6, sorry for going into all this, ends up being thought, word, and deed. Now they told you in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. We told you that the Word is fire, air, water, and earth, which constitutes the 4 elements. Thought essentially comes from a division. That's why your brain is made in 2 halves. Thought comes from a polarizing of essential light matter into a matrix or a matrix that was formed by the thought itself, creating the personality that brings about the quality of the fire, air, water, and earth into being through the thought that you've created. So essentially, thought through your brain creates the word. The deed, which is 6, 6 itself actually is where the word sex came from, or sex is where the word 6 came from. Essentially, deed being done by the human vessel after the thought, the word, has become deed. In other words, the thought becomes the word, and the word then becomes the deed. So, 2, the number 2, which is for thought, represents the 2 hemispheres of the brain. 4, the word for the elementals, which is as themselves. They are conscious as themselves. The fire, air, water, and earth is not conscious of themselves. They are conscious as themselves. Only when the fire, air, water, and earth elementals become constituted together to form the human temple do they become conscious of themselves. And as such begins to deal with the deeds on the physical plane. So 2, 4, and 6 represents those attributes. Now, you get all that? We're moving along real quick, dealing with some Masonic information here, which is essentially nothing more than our Kemetic information that we learned at Luxor and Thebes, at the great cities of On. Now the number 4 equals the base number of crystalline forms, like your blood. The 6, equals the proportionate number of carbon. And 8 equals the specific molecular structure of oxygen. Oxygen, which is found all over reality, or wherever life is formed. Now, duality in its initial step towards diversity in the binding of cause and effect. If you understand the glyph for 8, it's as above, so below. Now, as to Lucifer's purpose, I wanted to put that down real quick. As movement is related to stability, as consciousness is related to latency, so is redemption, listen to me now, so is redemption the logical sequence to creation. Listen to me carefully. There is no way that you ain't already redeemed. Understand that as movement is related to stability, that is conscious movement, or like orbits, as consciousness or consciousness itself is related to latency, so is redemption the logical sequence of creation. No matter what is created, it will be redeemed. Even the devil. And this is what most Christians don't teach, because they want to make sure that you keep coming to church. But in the end, most religions tell you, all religions, the ancient religions, or actually the ancient spiritual sciences tell you, that even in the ending of days, that Set himself will be redeemed. So even Lucifer is coming to the party. Lucifer started the party. In this attraction of mutual opposites, it therefore becomes a necessity for the form which is created by involution of spirit, or the Immaculate Conception, seeks its Godhead through the process of evolution, or the flesh. So that which is involution, which is God contemplating on itself, that's the Immaculate Conception. The Immaculate Conception is God recognizing itself, because no one else could recognize God but God. So that's immaculate in itself. Wasn't nobody giving God information. So it was created of its own involution. And what was created of its own involution was the image of itself, which it gave birth to in the flesh as man. That's the evolutionary process. That's when Adam got kicked out of the garden. That's when God realized that its perfection was its death. It couldn't know itself while perfect, so it had to kick its ass out of perfection so that it could understand what perfecting was. And in so perfecting, it began to understand all of the different principles, the levels to itself. Perfection can't know perfection, because there's nothing else to know. So all of the imperfection you see is perfection. The evolution or redemption is the story of the trials of the human soul and the trials of the planetary universe. In the biblical account of Solomon's temple, he had 2 pillars called Joachim and Boaz. Now, all you good masons out there know what I'm talking about when it comes to Joachim and Boaz. Y'all got all this? I'm doing it real quick now. Then we're going to sit down and talk. Joachim and Boaz. The 2 pillars of masonry. Now, in the ancient Hebrew, it was Ikin and Boaz. Or it's actually the ancient Sumerian. Now, in the ancient temples of Kemet, check this out. The courtyards were paved with a pattern of alternate white or alabaster and colored tiles, like a chessboard. over spaces carefully measured. Now, remember when I did, here's the Pythagorean so-called, this is what they call the 49th problem. The right triangle. Now when I do Tetragrammaton, I'm going to break this down as well. This is what they call the 49th problem. This was Pythagoras, supposedly this is what Pythagoras put together, but you know, lying son of a bitches, they ain't going to tell you the real deal. Here you go, you see the eye of Horus right in there, or the eye of Heru, right in there. Now when they broke down, they found out that in this particular square, when they break down, that's where you got tic-tac-toe from. And this becomes, well, I won't put all of it down. Well, let's just pretend, right? When the ancestors created their temples, they always created their temples in such a manner that these little tiles were set in such a way that they would be alabaster and a color. A specific color, blue for the sky, depending on which deity they would be dealing with. Purple, and the ancestors knew what color was all about, so we can stop feigning like they didn't know until, you know, white people came up with color therapy and all this. We knew what color was about, because guess what? Do you know what happens when you put red and black and red and green together? What color you get? Red and green glass? No. Brother, stand up a minute. Turn around. Let them see you. No. No. What happens when you put red glass and green glass together? What color you get? You're looking at them. Black. Where do you think they get the red, black, and the green from? The Kemites used to do that. They know that when you put the red and the black and the red and the green together, you get black. That's why they said that the red, the black, and the green, and the reason why they wanted you not to wear that anymore, these are chakra colors, because when you put these colors on, they start activating neurochemicals. That if you combine the two colors together, it starts to activate energies in your cerebral cortex, in the neuromelanin. It starts activating the melanin molecule. And you remember the song? Praise the red, the black, and the green. If you... Oh, you niggas. Well, praise the red, the black, and the green. If you think about it, you know what I mean. Boy, where are you niggas at? I tell you how old I am now, damn. But it was praise the red, the black, and the green. If you think about it, you know what I mean. See, they were telling you. That's why they tried to cheapen it. They got you red, black, and green sneakers, red, black, and green t-shirts, red, black, and green eyeglasses. You didn't give a shit after a while, because they just brought in a new style. Had you think about by the time it got old, when it was old, it was pink. It wasn't even green no more. It was all dirty. You didn't care about it anymore. Not realizing that those were your chakra awakeners. Those three colors. But back to this. Now, when they set up these particular tiles on the temple floor, they carefully measured so as to extend 1/3 longer from the east to the west than from the north to the south. I can only give you these measurements by word. The two pillars, or tekins, or obelisks, were placed at the northeast and southeast corners of the paved courtyards, so that when the sun rose in the morning of the summer solstice, it appeared to rise in the northeast corner of the universe, and the shadow of the corresponding pillar cut the caught diagonally, thus describing the hypotenuse of the so-called Pythagorean triangle, which defines the Eye of Heru. So essentially, wherever they set up these pillars, they would, wherever that was, it would then cut as the sun hit it at a specific angle. It would cut and create the Eye of Heru. This particular temple arrangement and design was also in the temple of Bel in Chaldea, Baal, B-A-A-L, in Phoenicia and Syria, all of whom represented fertility, the liberal arts, and the sciences. It's impossible that the principles of these two pillars originated with the construction of any King Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. They are represented on too many temples of far greater age. In Kemet, they represented Osir, the two pillars. One pillar represented Osir, or Osiris, and the other pillar represented Ast, or Isis. The Kemites call these pillars, now check it out, they call the pillars of Set, or Set Typhon, with reference to the western Hades, or the sun setting in the west. Joachim and Boaz were truly spelled again, Akin and Boaz, but then when you cut it down, you understand Kabbalistically that Akin breaks down into two names. Both of them. I-K-I-N-B-O-A-Z. When you put them together, in Kabbalah you have 30, 60, and 72, when these two are combined. When multiplied together, can I take this out here? You all got that, right? When all these are multiplied together, you have 30 times 60, and you have 72 by 8, and what you get is 1800 and 576. Now, when you multiply these, you get now, the pillars of Boaz, when the two are multiplied again, you'll see that this number, eight, 9, 9 and 9 is 18, 9. This represents the exact and precise measure of 10 Kali Yuga of the Hindus. Now the Kali Yuga essentially was a cycle of solar years. Now when you take these numbers here, and this is the technical part, it's going to bore you to death. But when you take the numbers 3, 6, 7, 2, and 8, you add them together and you get, factored down, 26, which is the number of YHVH. Because YHVH becomes 10, 5, 6, and 5, and that becomes 26, the same. So, the pillars of Boaz, or Akin, Boaz, comes up to 30, 60, and 72, which is 8. In the tetragrammaton. But when you break it down and you multiply the specific parts, you get for each the number of 10 Kali Yugas. After you've taken each point of the whole numbers and you add them together, you get the number 26, which is the number IHVH. You go back to IHVH, it breaks down to these particular numbers, which also comes up to 26, which is back to the number 8 again, which is what? As above, so below. Another translation for Akin and Boaz is consciousness and energy. The English J is silent and is Y, so you got Yakin or Yakin. The root of the words Jacob or Yakub means one, or one with. Thus the one is God of the creative principle, creative consciousness. That's who Jakub was. The lower aspect of the creative consciousness. But consciousness in and of itself can do nothing. It must have energy. So Yakin or Jakin is consciousness. Boaz is energy. The two active principles, or the active principle in consciousness that brings about life. The word Boaz is also a derivative of Awas, meaning voice, or voice of the creative world. These are the two scriptural principles in the temples of Solomon, which means the sun and the earth. Now man is the microcosm of the celestial macrocosm. He too has a Jakim and Boaz within. And like the temple, if he is balanced with endurance, the two pillars within will become equal. Today, however, in the words of Lloyd Graham, and listen carefully, today these internal pillars are not balanced, and that is the key to our planetary chaos. Our tradition crippled consciousness is not equal to our biologic evolutionary energy, and thus we are unbalanced. Now here's an interesting point. The first temple pillars has produced the second set, which is religion and industry. These are the new Jakim and Boaz of the human society. Boaz is sustaining dishonesty, crime, and corruption. And Jakim is too stupid and blind and ignorant to know how to change it. Between them, they have made a sorry mess of us all because of these pillars of society. When individual greed and selfishness provokes war, religious hatred and intolerance makes mutual effort impossible instead of standing together and fighting together. It's Catholic against Protestant, Jew versus Mohammedan, Mohammedan versus Hindu, Buddhist versus Shinto, on and on. A vicious cycle. And it's all based in the cradle of religion. The Bible states that Solomon built the walls of Jerusalem in 3 different places. Yet, the historical Jerusalem was a walled city in the 14th century BC, and the Jews, as a distinct set of people, did not exist at that time. Believe that. The statement that Solomon began to build the temple some 400 years after the exodus from Egypt is bullshit. The number 4 actually represents the 4th material plane of evolution. It was on the metaphysical holographic cusp of the Creator's intent that it began to coalesce the incandescent gases to itself. That's the part where you saw the number 1, which was the drawing together or pulling in. It began to coalesce the incandescent gases to build itself into the physical sun, or what you know as Solomon's temple. So Saul gathered the materials, meta, mother, the mother materials, or the elemental gases, by sending his navy to Ophir, remember? And to Tashish, or Tarshish, to get it. He sent his navies out to gather the materials for his temple. In 1 Kings chapter 9 and 10, verses 28 and 22 respectively, it says in 28, "And they came to Ophir and fetched from there gold, 240 talents, and brought it to the king." There's that number again, 240 talents. There's 6. And in verse 22 it says, "For the king had at sea a navy of Tarshish with a navy of Hiram once in 3 years." There's that 3. came the navy of Tarshish, bringing gold and silver, ivory, and apes and peacocks. The translation, now check this out. We heard, or we read, we went looking for what a translation of Ophir is. Ophir is India. And Tarshish is Spain. Ooh. It just meant that both of them are one and the same. Ophir and Tarshish. They just masked the truth. Tarshish in the Greek is Tartarus, the underworld of matter. In the Greek, the word Tarshish is Tartarus, which means the underworld. The word itself means hard, dense, dark. And Ophir is derived from the word Orphis, which means serpent. When last you heard about a serpent? Who was the serpent? Yeah, who? Satan. And Satan is matter. So in 1 Kings chapter 10, verses 23 and 14, and it says, so King Solomon exceeded all the kings of the earth for riches and for wisdom. And in 14 it says, now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in the year was 666 talents of gold. Where you heard that before? In Revelations 666. In the book Deceptions and Myths of the Bible, an American expedition wasted a hell of a lot of money excavating Ezin Geber, the alleged site of Solomon's navy. An article describing the place, they said, was painted a glorious picture of ancient glories, but ends up with the words saying, not a vestige was found of the cradle and ways where for centuries the ships of the Jewish navy were built and launched. This is accurate because the Jews of that time never had a ship bigger than a coastal fishing boat. And it is even a bigger lie that they had a great temple, a great kingdom, or even a king named Solomon. In truth, they were a ragtag, small, weak, scruffy, pastoral people whose intellectual literary works only contained war songs and assorted chants to celebrate the seasons. Even their country's name showed their origin. Listen up carefully. Ain't that they said it's their country? Well, if that's their country, the word Pali means shepherd. And the word Stein comes from S, which means land. Now, how the hell they was building navies and shit? Going conquering peoples all around the world. And they was out there diddling sheep. And the thing about it is, this land that they call theirs wasn't even theirs. They're using biblical history to verify their cruelty and their warlike aims to take land because the Bible said the Lord gave this shit to us. I wish a motherfucker would come up to my house the time I owned and told me the Lord said I need this house and that's my house. You believe that? Now, in this word, check this out. There's a book called Jewish BC, and it's by a person called G.W. Winston, and he said that their part of Jerusalem, only of Jerusalem and the country immediately around its walls. Now, Jerusalem, small as it was around its walls, that's all they had, was the immediate country in the walls and just a little bit of the land outside the wall. And from this it was concluded that there was no room for a Jewish king, and the leadership of the people revolted on its religious, on its religious head, the hierarchy or the hereditary high priest. So they essentially didn't have kings, they had a priesthood or a priest hierarchy, and it's that priest hierarchy that was handed over the realms of leadership. This was their true king, and his rulership made up by a priestly hoax of the Vatican and their Jewish counterparts. Just as the Jews and their Christian counterparts reduced the world to a little Jordanian temple, so did they reduce the beautiful story of the creation to a racial epic where these Jews glorified themselves. The chosen people. The ingenuity with which they accomplished this is nothing short of diabolical. If anyone requires proof of the devil's existence, it's in the Vatican and in the high Judaic temples in Jerusalem. Because these beasts have taken fables and mythology and story told by our ancient ancestors and made the rest of the world believe that they're the ones. Listen to this shit. This devil you're looking for is just the priest. Him in his robes. It's him. In the Vatican. Now remember, he's a high priest with a deadly purpose to cripple your reason and reduce your humanity to priestly religious servitude. He got you worshiping his God. And he has succeeded admirably. Not even our science has escaped his bullshit. Listen to what archaeologists speak about. This one in particular. He begins his examination of the evidence of this temple by saying, concerning the building of Solomon's palace and the temple, there can be no doubt, for the Bible contains accounts of these. There are people who are actually would come out and kill your ass and tell you that the Bible told them so. They told you Jesus loves you. Why? Because the Bible told you so. I remember in my own racial consciousness when they was whipping the shit out of you to stop you from calling your own gods. They don't mind you going to church as long as you got the Bible under your hand. Why don't they mind you going to Christianity? Why do they mind you studying Hebrew? So the Bible says it, it must be so. They continue. This is what this archaeologist said. We shall take as evidence of the plan and situation of the buildings the biblical writers who had seen them. But then he says, we are at the start confounded, however, with a difficulty since no Bible writer has given us an exact statement as to what part of the hill Solomon's temple occupied. Now here's this archaeologist looking for Solomon's temple, and he don't know the first place to look for it. But he's going to tell you it exists because the Bible tells me so. Now wait. Let me cut in here for a minute. Who is this Negro that comes on in the morning and he had his church by 7 o'clock in the morning? Price. This motherfucker is sick. Well, first of all, I didn't mind him getting into the racism trip because he started going on white folks. He was doing a whole thing about racism on the Bible, but now he jumped on Islam. And he's back to that bullshit because the Bible says so. And the weak, lame-ass excuse. Price, you know, we got to get some of you Negroes together so that we can have an intellectual, logical, and reasonable dissertation and conversation on deity. Without your Bible, you ain't shit for logic. Without your Bible, you don't know your asshole from your elbow on metaphysics. He was quoting some off-the-wall shit to refute what Elijah Muhammad was. You saw it this morning? That shit was deep. You got to check out Price in the morning. And you got to see the niggas in the audience. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's deep, you know, and you know he got a whole set of niggas listening to him. What's his first name? Not Lloyd Price. Stagger Lee. Fred Price. Fred Price.
Yeah. I mean, and today, you you can't look at them. When you get you go over like a gun and you want to push the button and not to change them, but to every time you say something stupid, you can't look at them because is there somebody that's foolish out there and they got them turning to the Bible for authoritative words? Yeah, he's flipping through. That's what he's flipping through. He say you the messenger. Then that means you must be bearing the message for what your God says. So they're saying that Allah, God, some shit like that. I don't even know what he's talking about. But the people are going, yeah. If I didn't know what this motherfucker was talking about, how in the hell are they going to know? Yet still they're saying, yeah, that's it. That's a dangerous Negro because he's the one that they brought into the big house and trained very well. He's the motherfucker that would call on you or tell you. Every time we had a rebellion, that's the motherfucker that gave you help.
See how big his church is?
Oh, yeah. He got white folks in there, too.
Oh, yeah. That's why he got the program with the money.
Serious.
That's why Richard Pryor's cousin.
Get out! Oh, y'all didn't hear that. That's Richard Pryor's cousin. Oh, I'd be ashamed, too. God, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. You got to call on them. See how programmed I am? Jesus. Now, we are confounded with where to find this temple. That's because the Roman priesthood made sure that they didn't tell you where that temple was because there was no damn temple. So, the argument has been raging for centuries over the precise spot Solomon built his temple. Was it on the east side of Jerusalem? Some said it was on the west side of Jerusalem. But let's check it out. The experts said this again. A few modern writers still insist that the city of David was on the western hill. Since 333, it has been called Zion. Now, this, as most scholars have seen, has to be impossible because Solomon said to have built the palace for Pharaoh's daughter near his own temple hill. And when she moved into it, in the Bible, go to Kings 9 and 24, it said that sister went up from the city of David. She went up. That means she had to climb. Up. Up ain't down. It didn't say she went to the side. She said she went up from the city of David. The western hill is higher than the eastern hill. So she must have left from a point on the eastern hill that would then be geographically correct for them to say she went up from the city out of the city of David. Again, when the temple was completed, listen, Solomon brought the ark up out of the city of David to the Holy of Holies in the new temple. These archaeologists have been conned by the dead letter of the scriptures. They are literalists who are confused by the words of occultism. Solomon's temple is the sun. The city of David is the earth. Pharaoh's daughter is matter, which later went up from the earth to form the evolutionary principles of the temple. So, the three buildings, that is, the king's palace, the queen's house, Solomon's temple, are all occult representations of who? The Sphinx. That is, Leo, Libra, and Virgo. Leo is Solomon's temple, Libra is the king's palace, and Virgo is the queen's house. You got it? Check. Listen. Leo is Solomon's temple. What's Leo's representation? What's the symbol? No. What's the glyph for the sun? The circle with the dot. That's the sun. Libra, the king's palace. And it's in the palace where you weigh the measures of gold. Libra. And in the queen's house. The queen's, I think it's the queen's house, right. The queen's house. That's Virgo. That's the virgin. That's matter. A man called Spengler wrote the book Decline of the West. And he says about the Jews, for the Chaldeans and Persians, there was no need to trouble them for proof of their existence. they had by their God conquered their world. Listen carefully. But the Jews had only their scant literature to cling to, and this accordingly turned to theoretical proof in the absence of positive proof. In the last analysis, this unique national treasure owes its origin to the constant need of reacting against self-depreciation. What he's saying is they ain't had shit from Shinola to begin with, and they had to pimp everybody else. So whenever military accounts were made of them, it was to record in the final analysis a complete triumph over them. So you read the Bible about the Jews and all their triumphs, every place you look, they were getting their asses kicked. Their scriptural triumphs, all the triumphs that they did have in Scripture, therefore, were nothing but literary compensations for their lack of military and political power. To this end, they have perverted other races' histories to glorify themselves. Listen to some of the bullshit they wanted the world to believe. Hezekiah, with the alleged help of their God, completely and miraculously destroyed Sennacherib. Remember, at the gates of Jerusalem? In fact, this militarily did not happen at Jerusalem at all. It happened at a place called Pelusium, near the border of Kemet, and it wasn't no miracle. Their defeat had to do with military planning, the terrain, weather, and the resolve of their enemy. The Jews and their God ain't got a damn thing to do with it. But what they did was, they merely took the misfortunes of some other people and attached it as their own victory. That's what that was about. When no such factual events served their purpose, they invented shit. Like the cruelty of Pharaoh. Let my people go. As stink as your ass was, I'd have opened the door myself. Like we wanted your ass in Egypt, in Kemet. Could you imagine? What the fuck would we want with them? Most of the people we had in there were scholars, builders, and what do we want with them? The cruelty of Pharaoh, the weakness of the Syrians, the cowardice of the Phoenicians after Goliath. All this bullshit. And we buy that. We build up the Jews like they're the chosen. Oh, they did so much. In 1 Kings chapter 20, verse 29 and 30, we read that 7,000 Jews killed 100,000 Syrians. And you know they believe that shit. In 29 it says, and they pitched one over against the other 7 days. Listen to these numbers. And so it was that in the 7th day the battle was joined, and the children of Israel slew the Syrians, 100,000 footmen in a day. And in chapter 30, in verse 30 says, but the rest fled to Aphek, into the city. Now check this shit out. And there a wall fell upon 20 and 7,000 of men that were left. That must have been a big fucking wall. Yes? No? You're reading this and you see, and they tell you that the literal word of God. Y'all believe in fairy tales. Y'all believe in Grimm's fairy tales. But think about this. Check this out, people. If we were to read this same line from pagan literature, these priests would have dismissed it as mythology. Think about this, people. The very shit they want you to believe in the Bible, if you read it from some other literature other than the Bible, it would have been mythology. But they want you to believe this, that a snake walked up and crawled up on Eve and said, baby, eat this. Said it. That some Jewish scribe was sitting at the side of God when he said, let there be light. Because all in your Genesis, this Jewish scribe keeps saying that God said. So his ass must have been there, listening to God saying shit. I like that. Nah, I don't like that. You got that? All of of this is verbatim, and they want you to believe this. And there's this other motherfucker, what's his name? Van Impe. Are you hip to Van Impe? Jack Van Impe? Who is he crazy? He is completely out of his mind. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yes. Oh, pray with me. Pray with me, souls. Jesus, I accept you. I accept you. I don't understand. Who is this person they keep calling on that they want you to believe in and you don't know nothing about except what they told you? Everything you know about Jesus is based upon what they are telling you. Because even in the Bible that they want you to listen to what this Jesus said, it's based on what somebody else said Jesus said. It's all commentary. It ain't no direct words. It's based upon what Paul, Peter, John, James, and every one of these motherfuckers said that Jesus said. Jesus ain't got a book of Jesus. What? The red writing is what he said. No, the red writing is what they said he said. Yeah. Jesus ain't wrote a book saying, listen up, motherfuckers, I'm talking. Because he got to do that if I'm going to believe him. If he going to say something to me, I want to hear him say it to me. See, I want somebody to tell me, if you're going to be God, come to me. Tell me. Speak to me straight up, in my head, straight to me. Appear before me. Do me a miracle. Who? I don't see none of these Catholic priests going to trance to tell me what Jesus said. I don't see the Pope do shit except walk around and got 10 million motherfuckers. Oh, Pope. This doddering old pedophile is inside his Pope mobile because they want to kill his ass for selling gas that killed off the Jews. He was working for I.G. Farben at the time of the World War, and it was his whole ilk, one of the popes, that gave asylum to Hitler and all the rest of those bastards when Hitler was becoming into his prime and he was getting ready to take over. The Vatican made a deal with Hitler that when he conquered the world, that Catholicism would be the state religion. And I don't give a damn what you call yourself as a minister, as a priest, or what kind of Christian you call yourself. All of y'all take your orders from the Vatican. I don't care if you're born again, or you risen again, or you baptized again, or you heard it again. Christians, you all take your marching orders from the Vatican. That means the Pope, who is a closet Jew, is giving you your orders. So, if you heard any of this bullshit that they told you about this 100 things and the killing off 10,000 people and all, they would have told you, fable. But you believe this shit. And this is why so many special events in Jewish history take place on the 7th day of the 7th year and require 40 days or 40 nights for them to be completed. It's all metaphysics. It's all mythology. In 2 Kings 11 and 4, and the 7th year, Jehoiada sent and fetched the rulers over hundreds. 2 Kings 11 and 21, 7 years old was Jehoash when he began to reign. And 2 Kings 12 and 1, in the 7th year of Jehu, the priest is bullshitting you. He has got you on a guilt trip. The only original sin is ignorance. Now watch me carefully now. Look at my face. I look serious, right? I am serious. S-I-R-I-U-S. You did not commit original sin. The original sin was committed by the Creator. The Creator created matter. Matter is the realm of sin. It is the realm of ignorance. So the only one that should be blamed for any damn thing is God. He fucked up. She fucked up. You didn't fuck up. You're just the effect. It was the cause. So everything you're reading in the Bible has to do with the mythology based upon how metaphysical principles and metaphysical dynamics of the spirit attenuates, crystallizes, and becomes matter. And it is in the realm of matter where all this shit happens. This is where God plays out its worst and its weirdest and its baddest fantasies. It is you who are God folded over on itself. It's you that chose to come here. And it's you that chose to follow Lucifer, who was God, trying to find itself. It's you who chose to take on the coat of flesh, to parade around in the coat of flesh, to be in this fashion show we call life. It's you, not the fucking priest. To hell with the priest. I know I make you must be cringing at home. I know your stomach is turning over, your head is hurting. You may want to take a shit now, but go ahead. Clean out. The priest has been fucking your head up. You are God. If you look for God outside of yourself, and if you believe in things you don't understand, like Stevie says, you're going to suffer. Superstition ain't the way. He wants to take a 10-minute break, and I'm going to come on back, and we're going to wrap this up. But you see, listen up carefully, people. A lot of what it is that I'm going to be saying, a lot of the stuff you saw on the board, a lot of the facts that you say I'm raw and I'm crazy, why you got to cuss, Reverend Valentine? Because I got to keep it real, and that's the way I feel. If I'm up here sitting and talking to you like prim and proper, and I'm talking to you like Buckley, you ain't going to listen to me. You ain't going to see how serious I am about this. You all are dying in your faith. You all can't get beyond your faith. You can't even get beyond the religion. Jesus got you incarcerated. They give you a Bible in court, and then they give you the Bible when they put you in the electric chair. Now we're going to take a break, and we'll be back after a word from our sponsor.
Taking hands, taking hands.
Begin part 2. If I was not clear in part 1 of part 3 or 4, whatever one you want to tabulate this, there is so much of the knowledge that our ancestors channeled or actually manifested and manifested in the flesh, that it's very difficult for me to incorporate as much as they have done with the information to you so quickly. If I have not been clear with you in the previous, say, hour or two with the diagrams and so forth, fear not, because in the latter part of the series, because this is going to be between 1 and 5, I'm going to be dropping as much information on tapes as possible. Then 5 through 10, I will be rehashing and getting more deeply involved and going over it more and more and giving you 4 and 5 different sides to the same information. Now, at the beginning of this tape, you heard me say that I will be having different names for the different tapes that we're going to be doing, the different subjects. One of them, everything that I'm speaking about, has to do with the Bible, and the Bible as not just dealing with the astrosophic principles like Solomon's temple, like how all creation comes from the sun, and from the sun all things come about. No, we're going to be dealing now with the microcosmic temple of God, which is what the Bible means on the flip side. This is the flip mode. We're going to be speaking about how all these words, the particular people, these personalities, now represent certain functions, certain aspects, and certain organs and principles of the very human temple, Solomon. So there are 2 sides to this whole metaphysical tape on the Bible. It has to do with the astrosophic, which means how the solar, celestial, and the whole galactic thing comes together, and now how the microcosm, or the small, the as above, the below part, how that comes together to form the human temple. That's a whole other fascinating science that gets you more personally involved. So please bear with me. This first half is very, very important so that you understand the macrocosmic principle of what the Bible was all about, how it relates to you in the above, how everything that you understand as above operates with you here below. So bear with me if I'm running too fast and I'm not taking time for you to understand each and everything that I'm saying to you. Fear not, I will be going back in later tapes to rehash or to at least put another slant on the same information. Check? Okay, so it occurs to me that Christians, you know what the weirdest thing to look at? When black folks are speaking about God and Jesus and Moses, how they are so proud of the Jews escaping from Pharaoh. It pisses me off that in their little closet world, sometimes they'll see, well, your black people were Pharaoh. Oh yeah, they're black folks. And then when you see Charlton Heston, Jeffrey Hunter, and all these other Caucasoids playing Jews, that you so damn proud that these quote-unquote people who were persecuted by your people are making a break and getting away. And you Christians out there just trash Pharaoh. You believe the bullshit about Pharaoh persecuting the Jews. So when Charlton Heston committed mass murder, you were all for it. Because that's what he did. He was even a murderer before he left Egypt. He killed a black man. I don't know what the trumped up charges were, but he got away with that. And you wonder why you can't get no justice or just us? So, the Jews would have us believe that their entire book, the Bible, is a revelation from their God. Yet, how could this be when all the older civilizations had the same material? There is scarcely anything in their material that cannot be found in the literature of ancient civilizations that predate them by hundreds of thousands of years. They are famous for denying such statements, claiming to trace their lineage back to Adam. Jews are good for that. We go back to Adam. But their alleged antiquity is as mythological as their history. And so is their calendar. As for their so-called revelation, this is an esoteric book stolen from the Hindus. All knowledge is humanly acquired. Now check this out. The word revelation implies an external source of truth. A giver of wisdom, as for example, God gave Solomon wisdom and understanding. Exceedingly much. And this just because Solomon said, God, give me wisdom. But that's bullshit. Bullshit factor. Why? Because no man is given wisdom. Wisdom is the result of functional knowledge, not revelation. And once it is operational, wisdom is independent of all external aids. You're either wise or you're not. When nature finds someone with something to give in the world or to the world, she proceeds to kick their asses. Nature tortures whatever that gift is out of the person who wants to give it to the world. And there's no kind or merciful God that makes anything easy for one who is about to give something that the world needs. Have you ever heard a story that some merciful God bestowed anything and gave somebody an easy ride? Anytime there's been any kind of change on this planet through the human condition, the person who was the precipitator of that change got his or her ass kicked. They were tortured and persecuted. Wasn't no merciful God there. Let's get that shit out the way. There's a quote from a man named Edward Davis. In his book, he has a book, it's called The Lover of Life. And in this quote it says, all cosmic knowledge comes from wisdom stored in minds made luminous by suffering. So what about Solomon's famous wisdom? Did it originate from God, or was it something that man put into this mythological creature? Does wisdom originate with God, or does wisdom originate with the trials and tribulations of man? To answer this, we must understand that there are two wisdoms, one cosmic, the other creative. One human, the other rational. You understand what I'm saying? One is cosmic and creative, the other is human and rational. One is involutionary and the other one is evolutionary. Now, Proverbs chapter 8, verses 23 and 24, as well as chapters 8, verses 29 and 30. And it says, in 23, I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was. In 24 it says, when there were no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no fountains abounding with water. In 29, when he gave to the sea his decree, and the waters should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the foundations of the earth. In 30 said, then I was by him. Listen to this conceit. Then I was by him as one brought up with him, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him. You think about that. This is their leader, Solomon, making you believe he was sitting with God, and that God somehow found favor to tell him, you could sit with me and hang with me, Solomon. By the statements above, we are supposed to assume that Solomon, the man, was with the Creator before the foundations of the earth. You talk about arrogance and conceit. It's all myth. But the Bible makes no distinctions and sets up no categories. The authors show no knowledge of creation, no knowledge of causation, or of cosmic evolutionary involutionary construct. By the time the biblical words that you heard above were written, the descendants of the so-called Jew, Hebrew named Homer had been attributing everything to a personal deity. That's your problem. Platonic and Homeric reasoning. You believe that the Creator was a personal entity that was talking to you. And he said, and the Lord will smite you. And the Lord is displeased. Fuck him. And you know, they think nothing of the fact that if I fly in the face of this God, go kill your son. Go kill me a sheep. Go kill me a goat. Go wipe out the Saracens. Go wipe out the... This is a low-life, murdering son. I mean, you talk about a God that don't give a damn about human life. And you follow this God. And you tell me that this is the God of love and piety and... Oh, come to him and he will give thee everything. You believe that? As a result, Judeo-Christianity teaches its flock that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Listen to me now. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. So, what he's saying is that this God will not teach you by love and by piety and by patience, but will scare you shitless. This God rules by fear. Now, how you going to want yourself to be ruled by fear?
Now I got it.
Yeah, you might as well call him God. Or Marlon Brando, you know. It defies reasoning how someone can go to church and listen to the preacher tell you to come to Jesus with your money. I love an informed public. An educated consumer is our best customer. It defies all logic why it is that we, and you know it's so deep how they get their Bible, and the preacher's talking shit up there, and they got their pens. The preacher said, turn to that, and they marking that shit. And they believe in everything that preacher says. They read the Bible, and if they don't understand it, right, they ask the preacher for clarification. Now, you heard what Mark Twain said. It ain't what he don't understand that fucks with him. It's what he does understand. This is the biggest and the best-selling book of all time. Want to know why this planet is fucked up? This is the best-selling book of all time. That should give you a clue. The fear of God is the beginning of knowledge. What do we say?
Bullshit.
All right. See now this is bullshit. The fear of God is the beginning of slavery. It's the beginning of confusion and spiritual atrophy, leading to evolutionary ignorance, stultifying stupidity. And this all began at the close of what is known as the Mythopoeic Age and the dawn of the religious era some 6,000 years ago, when religions of all kinds began to take over your mind. When you took the science and created a religion out of it, when you took figures and numbers, when you took personalities that were actually principalities, and you began to worship forces and mathematical equations as reality, that's when your shit got fucked up. That's when you became a slave. That's why the Caucasoid could step into your country, kick your ass, and take you to come back and build his civilization. Because you began to believe that the sciences that God spoke to you, because remember, God geometrizes. God tells you, based on its expression of self, that all manifestation is based on geometric and mathematical and algebraic equations. That all life is based upon a harnessing of elemental forces along geometric patterns and lines. And once you understand that, there's no need for religion. Because then you understand that all thought follows the same geometric, logarithmic, algebraic. Everything that you are basically is the calculus of life. You are the calculator of life. You are the creator and you are the creation. But you waiting for somebody to come back on a cloud, preferably white, because then you really believe he's the savior. And he's going to bring you into this kingdom. I want to know what, you know, the Christians believe that they're going to heaven afterwards. Do they have a picture of heaven? What does this place look like? Because I would think that if I'm getting ready to go someplace, listen, you say you're going on vacation. Do you just hop a plane, and when it lands, you say, okay, I'm going to get there, I'm going to see where I'm going. When I get there, Or do you have an understanding of where the hell you're going first? So you got these white folks who gave you the Bible as soon as you step off in chains, tell you to read it, become acquainted with it after about 200 or 300 years when they told you you couldn't read. Now when they told you you could read, they gave you the Bible. That should have been a clue right there. So here you are. Now you worshiping Jesus Christ and shit ain't gotten no better. Matter of fact, you all just eking out and fighting your way into heaven, and ever since you've been reading that Bible, you've been catching hell. So there's something missing from reasoning in that equation. If I'm going to go to heaven, I don't want a white man describing what heaven is, because to him, this is heaven. Your ass being where it is, him being where he is. So if heaven, for him, is anything to do with it, I don't want to go to his heaven. Don't you niggas out there who go to church, believe in that shit, think about that? If he has a specific physiological idea of what heaven is, and he knows that heaven is keeping your black ass down and maintaining your slavery, keeping at least 2/3 of the population of this planet, which just so happens to be your color, down and under his heel. If that's his idea of what heaven is here on earth, what is his heaven after you leave? And you niggas just can't wait to go see St. Peter. It's only the wisdom, Solomon's wisdom is only the wisdom that was bestowed upon him by the ones who created him. Solomon's wisdom is simply the wisdom that the authors of that particular book gave to their character. Just like I would write into any script what the hero was going to be saying, or what the hero was going to accomplish during the time he was being the hero. So Solomon ain't had no damn wisdom. Solomon had whatever it was that was given to Solomon by the people who wrote that Bible. His wisdom is based on anthroposophic, not theosophic. So his wisdom is based upon what man believes is wisdom, not what so-called God shows you is wisdom. Big difference. You got the man telling you what wisdom is, so you believe that's wisdom. You want this baby? I'm going to cut him in half. Oh, no, give him the baby. Oh, he's the wisest in the earth. That's man wisdom. That's the wisdom that man attributes to a character. But divine wisdom is something that flowers from within. It is not something that you get from something or someone. There ain't no Mason can go up and get a degree and then acquire wisdom from those degrees. The fables that every priest or rabbi uses to prove Solomon's wisdom is stolen from many other fables and is used to simply teach a basic lesson. In other words, or in other sources, this wisdom is attributed to David. Remember, David's supposed to have had this wisdom. As a matter of fact, this other wisdom was supposed to be attributed to Joseph by his ability to dream. So all of the different aspects of wisdom that the so-called heroes had, the wisdom of Noah was his ability to put down the specifics of the ark. All of these are attributed to the character. So all of this is essentially Jews telling you what was wise. The literature of the Jains, now check this out. You go look up in your book. There are people called the Jains from India, And in their book, they tell the same story of Solomon. And they predate this so-called story of Solomon by at least 3,000 or 4,000 years. Proverbs 22, verse 17, and 23, verse 11. Those two verses of Solomon, or of Kings, or Proverbs, sorry, is taken almost verbatim from a translation of the Kemetic scrolls entitled The Wisdom of Amenophis, or Amenophis. The Wisdom of Amenophis, which was written about 1000 BC. Now here's something else to think about. With all the so-called wisdom of Solomon, it still didn't prevent him from falling from grace, did it? His ass still found that the Lord will punish you if you don't do like he say. He fell from favor, just like everybody else fell from favor in the Bible. All the heroes fall, because all the heroes are representations of the sun as they begin to fall into matter. That's all it's about. And every feminine principle, every female you see attributed to the hero has to do with matter. She just simply represents matter. Solomon fell just like Adam, Solomon fell just like Noah, and Solomon fell just like Samson. And for the very same reasons that this priestcraft in the Vatican refuses to reveal. That is, it's all about the divine creative process. The divine creative process from involution to evolution. Abraham, Jacob, David, and Solomon were all promised the kingdom. Abraham, Jacob, David, and Solomon were all promised a kingdom that would last forever. Yet, in spite of all these promises and these forever afters, these chosen all ended up on their asses, in captivity, and in final dispersion. Now, what kind of God you going to follow who promises you the kingdom no matter what? And you screw up once, and your ass is conquered. In 70 AD, here's your history. And again in 135 AD, Jerusalem was destroyed, and the Jews were forbidden to enter Jerusalem. This shows either of two things. One, the Jewish God ain't for shit as far as his promises, or two, the stories are all cosmological in character. These kingdoms that were promised is the world. The kingdoms that were promised by God is this world, are all worlds that have life upon them, not Israel. No human kingdom lasts forever. But the process of suns becoming earths is everlasting. No human kingdom lasts forever. So if they tell you that this kingdom is lasting forever, understand the metaphysics of that promise. If I am telling you that I will give you a kingdom that will last forever, I am telling you as God that this kingdom is the process. The process will last forever. The process of suns becoming earths will last forever. The process of life manifesting each time these earths become solidified into Edens, so that pristine life may degenerate, and in that degeneracy matter will fall to its lowest, and thus then be resurrected and redeemed. Because the principle of life and the purpose of your life is to take matter and spiritualize it. That is the ultimate purpose of your being in the flesh. That was the ultimate purpose of Lucifer, leaving that side of God, taking the light, the eclipse, and pulling that light, stealing the light from God, stealing the Prometheus fire. That's what the Greeks were speaking about. that part that was stolen was God's ignorance of itself, because God was all-inclusive upon itself. And when God is all-inclusive upon itself, it is ignorant of itself. It just is. It is the I am that I am. But when Prometheus stole the fire, when Lucifer rebelled, it became I am that will be. There's a difference between I am that I am, which is the tree of life in the Garden of Genesis, and the I am that will be, which is the tree of knowledge and good and evil. Good. I got your attention. No human kingdom again lasts forever, but the process of suns becoming earths does. All of it is mythology. And with it, the Jews and the Catholics built for themselves a mythical kingdom of madness right here on earth. Aside from what we read of them in the Bible, the Jews never had a kingdom. Their political history began with the Maccabees, and their system of life, their social system, was a commonwealth. One objective clue to the political antiquity of any race, listen carefully, one objective clue to the particular political antiquity of any race is in the coinage that they mint. And there are no Jewish coins prior to the Maccabean period, and even those that they possessed were actually forged by the Greeks. The first of these was in the year 138, and that was the time we hear about a person called Simon of Maccabee, Simon of the Maccabees. That's where you first start hearing about Jews. Another political and national clue is the calendar that particular civilization uses. The Jews had no calendar. And you know why? You can tell because they used the Babylonians' calendars. The present calendar that the Jews use, the one that they say is 5,700 and plus, is bullshit. It's a fraud. And has no basis in historic fact. And it applies to their ownership, or to their ownership of the information that they stole from all the peoples that they came in contact with. That particular calendar they have is based on the absurd proposition that somehow life began in 3760 BC. And the Christians, who are devout Jews at heart, believe that. They believe that all y'all didn't exist. Yet still we have stones that's been sitting in the so-called desert, which wasn't a desert. It only became a desert after the Great War. We'll speak about that. But all that you know as desert right now was a thriving forest, was a monstrous, monstrous city. Powerful. I mean, when they came there, you're talking about a temple like at Thebes, where at least 5,000 men could walk into the front gate. 5,000 men walked in abreast. They didn't walk in one after the other. They walked in across, abreast, with horses. That's where you came from. You had temples that were so large that everybody ever been to the Madison Square Garden? You see that round, the round part there? That was one pillar. Oh. Mama woke right up. Oh, shit. What? Now, you just thinking about how high that bad boy must have been. Think about that. That's when you were the giants that walked the earth. This little shit the Greeks were doing, they just imitating. It's like school kids with blocks, trying to imitate what their parents are building. Check that. So their calendar was a fraud and had no basis in historic fact, and it applies to their ownership of the chronology that they stole. The Maccabean period is Jewish history. The rest of it in the Bible is mythology historicized. Do you understand what I just said? You read about the Maccabees, you will read about quote-unquote Jewish history. Anything else after that is all add-ons. Now somebody said, well, where did these Hebrews come from? Well, the Hebrews are part of the migration of Hindus, nomadic tribes from Hindus that migrated into Africa and migrated through Ethiopia, picking up pieces of information as they went. And, of course, with knowledge like we have through Chem, Chem didn't just come in and become Chem. Chem was an amalgamation. Chem was a synapse of knowledge, electrical potential, cosmic energy coming to a point and manifesting at that point. But it came from all over Africa, all over Mars, all over Jupiter. We were landing and taking off from here like it was all right. You believe this John Glenn motherfucker was the first one up in outer space? You believe the white man was first in doing anything? You out of your mind. Now I'd like you to understand and think about that shit. Is there anything from mathematics to music to geology to botany to cosmology to anything that was done on this planet? You did it first. Now you really believe this motherfucker went into outer space first? You want to know why they are so secretive about pyramids on Mars? Who the hell other culture makes pyramids? About the Sphinx and the temples that they found on Mars and the ones that they are surveying now on Saturn? Oh yeah, they're all aligned to the sun. Very good, we're going to go there one day. But ain't no other culture, there ain't no damn pyramids in Europe. You don't see no pyramids where white people are. The only place you see pyramids is where dark folks were. And don't believe the hype when you start seeing this movie coming out. This one where the Prince of Egypt. Okay, because that's going to be the biggest lie. If you all ain't got nothing else to do at that point, you got to be expressing the bullshit fact at that movie. We got to hear choruses of bullshit. You should have a whole cheering section of people sitting there every time they say some shit or do some shit on screen that you know don't belong there. Because they show you something where they're pulling the stones up to the pyramid in a whip. Bullshit! Y'all got to do that. Aside from the peculiar Jewish theology and exaggerations, the so-called Book of the Maccabees. Are you familiar with the Book of the Maccabees? You heard about the Book of Maccabees. That's one of the 10 lost books that they took out of the Bibles. Now here's why. That Book of Maccabees was more historical. And that particular book, in its scriptural relevance, they found out that it was no good, so they threw it out of the Bible because they said it was uninspired. This was the Vatican's words. Now the one thing that would have shown us what the Jews were, they threw out. No, I wouldn't give a damn if I did see it. If it was uninspiring, it must have been a chronology of their tired history, and I damn sure didn't want to read it. They didn't want to read it. But it would have told you who they were. The early saints, like the Christians of today, mistook mythology for divinely revealed truth and rejected the factual and historical because they weren't sufficiently incredible or far out enough for their supernatural religion. When you start dealing with facts, science, religion starts running. And it starts saying, y'all come away from there. That's the devil talking. Now, who else but the devil will tell you, come here. Don't listen to truth. Don't listen to nothing. Oh, yeah. Harpo did it. Yeah, she did. Yeah, well, she's that nanny. She's that Beulah. That's what I call her, Beulah. She's that... Nah, she ain't growing for shit. She growing because it's expedient to grow. She ain't got... I mean, she has become so cloistered, and she's suffocating in her bullshit now. She got to find someplace else to pollute. So she going to go in there and get all New Age for everybody. Now she going to go in there and start shitting on the New Age. and start bringing in all these white folks to tell her how they were channeling. Really. She is a fungus. Now, only the tall tales of mythology were believable to the Christian believers. This, in the Catholic, this is what the Catholics said. This was the basis for a stupid Catholic saying. It said, credo quia absurdum. I believe it because it is absurd. I remember the priest saying that on the pulpit. This is God. Don't even think about it. Our minds are too feeble to understand what God has as our thing. Just do the shit. Now, they teach you in society that when somebody's trying to sell you that bullshit, the first thing you got to do is have a discerning mind. But you lose all reason as soon as you walk through that church door. And you believe every fucking thing because the preacher tells you, the Bible tells you so. Why don't you dumb niggas wake up? If you got to be out in the society and the society tells you you got to think, don't come in the car. You tell your children, don't go in it. Don't talk to strangers. You tell them all the ways that they have to think. Think for yourself. That's what you tell your children. Would you jump off the cliff? Ain't this what you tell your children? Just because Joey did it, did you have to do it? Would you jump into a lake if Joey jumped into the lake? Well, do you have to go to church just because some dumbass wants to go to church too? Do you have to believe everything you read out of this Bible because somebody told you and you inherited this religion? You weren't self-revealed. You didn't meet Jesus Christ. Your mother told you, your father told you, brought your ass to church. You had to clean up, spruce up, sing, whipped your ass if you didn't do the right thing. And said, Jesus is this and Jesus is that. And you better come to church because Jesus did. You were indoctrinated into this. You didn't come into this by your own volition. So if you're teaching your children to think for themselves, how the hell is it that you can't think for yourself when it comes to this thing called religion? Credo quia absurdum. Yeah, it's something the Pope would say. That shit is, I mean, yeah, that is definitely the bullshit factor. The assumption is that the ways of God are so miraculous that they would seem absurd to us. So, only the absurd is theistically credible. So don't believe logic, believe absurdity. Don't think for yourself because your mind is too feeble to comprehend the mind of God. But I, the preacher, knows what the mind of God is saying. You listen to me and you're listening to God. Where have you heard that shit before? I'm hoping I'm reaching you brothers and sisters out there, especially you of the older generation that's going to be teaching the younger ones in Bible school and all that shit. You don't know what a disservice, what damage you're doing to your children when you teach them out of that book in accordance with that particular credo. The priest is the most dangerous man at this time because he wants you to believe without proof. Believe is tantamount to slavery if you can't of your own volition and experience come into the knowledge and the wisdom that the words they want you to believe is supposed to be espousing. Credo quio absurdum. I believe it because it's absurd. And the Jewish and Catholic Christian mythologists exploited that bullshit to the hilt. That was logic to them.
Say that shit one more time.
Credo quia absurdum. Now, the very fact that they pushed this bullshit logic on you, you got to give it to them because they anticipated by at least 1,000 years what the Nazis and their methods were about. If you tell a big enough lie again and again, it will be believed. Now, we're going to come to the question and answering period, but I'm going to summarize. And I thought I'd summarize in this manner. 1, there is no personal, partial, or talkative God as the scriptures claim. So don't be out there listening for him, and don't believe anybody that comes up to you and tells you that God said. Because you, listen to the society now. Society don't give a shit if you talk to God. But if you do something because you said that God told you to do it, they'll lock your ass up. Well, I killed him because God told me to. Oh, yeah? Well, I stole it because God told me to. They ain't going for it. 2, the world was not created by this God in 6 days or in 10 million years. 3, there was no Garden of Eden or no damn talking snake. 4, there was no first man Adam or first woman Eve. 5, they did not commit a moral mortal sin by fucking under a fig tree in a garden. And so we are not sentenced to condemnation for some original sin. 6, they did not fall from grace, and there is no need for someone to come and redeem us as a result. 7, Cain and Abel were not their sons. 8, there was no biblical deluge and no Noah and no damn ark. 9, there was no racial Abraham, some Jew, who was the father of the Jews, nor was there any damn promised land of Palestine. 10, the so-called Jews were never held in bondage in Egypt. So this bullshit Disney flick, Prince of Egypt, is more Anglo-Catholic Jewish horse biscuits to indoctrinate our children. 11, Moses never led Jews out of Egypt, nor did he part any Red Sea. 12, the Jews never conquered Canaan. And lastly, there was no David, no Solomon, and especially no wondrous temple as elucidated in the Bible. And if you believe any of the above, and you accept and respect it as history, it only goes to show again that the white Western European is pathologically incapable of metaphysical thought. Questions?
We'd like for anybody to have a question, just stand up, just speak clearly, please. And we want to answer questions. We don't want to lecture.
No lecture.
Just speak.
Nobody running for Congress here.
I gotta go to books.
Let us start.
Oh, okay. You want a question, brother?
One time there was a continent, one single continent, a huge continent. It was one single continent called Ethiopia. Are you going to ask the question? I'll answer the question. I'll get to the question. And there was no India at that time. It was all one great continent, one great people, which was us. And that landmass, which was, and I'd like you to address this when you get this into it, is that the great land that existed was a land where black woman was a queen, she was a very highly respected person. And the civilization existed throughout all of Africa, not just India. The pyramids that did existed all over the world, not just in Africa, but in India, in throughout Africa, in Asia, and whatnot. In addition to the fact, all the civilizations of the world that came out did not come by way to Africa, but came from Africa. And that be the case, Africa is the motherhood and father of all civilization beyond what anyone else has to say. Do you agree with that or not?
Well, I agree in part with the first part, and I disagree with the fact that all civilizations came out of Africa. I believe that civilization, quote unquote, may have restarted in that area. But we have come from all over this universe. We have come from different planets. And we got to get out of Africa if we're going to raise the ceiling of our consciousness as to who we are. Now, if you want to talk about civilizations restarting in a place called Africa, yes. But as far as it's starting, we as people have limited our ability to go back to who we are and to access our genetic library of information as cosmic citizens, not just from this planetary reality, as cosmic citizens. Now, when we want to talk about our mundane experience here on this piece of earth we call Earth, or Ethiopia, then yes, we could speak about that. But right now, as far as who we are cosmic citizens. We are people who have been in the Sirius star system. We are here after a great war that stranded us here. We are on Nibiru. We are on Venus. We are on Mars. We are all over the place. Now, as far as you're saying that our women were queens, yes. By queen, do you mean the exact representation of the mother principle of God? Yes, they were queen. That's why I'm going to talk about the celestial pussy. And I do that because I say that in all reverence and love.
That's why when this book speaks about the cosmic mother, and when I say Africa as such, I'm not speaking about Africa as it is today, geographically, Ethiopia as it is geographically today. Ethiopia at one time was all of Asia. As you refer to, India was called East Ethiopia. All of South America, where the old mechanism was found.
But it wasn't even called Ethiopia, brother. Ethiopia is a Greek word.
No, it's not. Where did Greek language come from?
Ethiopia. I know, but I'm saying to you, brother, most of the words that you're reading there, most of the words that you're reading about the history there was put together by white folks.
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh, we're going into arguments now.
Well, the question is, these people, they don't exist in Ethiopia. They exist in what's called Zimbabwe, Ghana, Nigeria, all throughout all of India, and they still exist there today.
But you're looking at scattered tribes, brother. You're looking at the back end, the end result of the true dispensation, the true disbursement.
Do you see who people still exist in India today?
Most of the peoples, my brother, most of the peoples, and I don't want to get into argument. I know you're not, but you seem to be. But I'm telling you right now that we are dealing with a historicity that was formulated at this time by what the white man found after the madness had ensued. Only Sheikh Anta Diop began to try to put things together by trying to piece together the great civilizations that essentially are based upon ruins. It's called Empire of Ruins. You need to get that book. And listen to what I'm saying to you. Again, you are looking at the end results. You are looking at the end results of disbursement. Great movements of peoples around this whole planet. The whole landmass being changed by great ecological upheavals. There are right now in the Antarctica and in the North Pole and in areas under the ocean whole civilizations or evidences of civilizations that has existed while they were at the surface. This is what I'm speaking to you about. I'm telling you that everything you see there as the end result or the vestigial remainders of what was once a great civilizations are nothing more than the scattered remains of a great consciousness movement that took place throughout this whole solar system. It's good for us to go back and look at us as Africans, as the fact that all things came out of Africa. But then you are limiting yourself the same way you limited yourself before when you thought that the only history you had was the Negroes here. You did not just start in Africa. Chem did not just begin 6,000 years ago. You didn't begin 6,000 years ago, and you need to get past that. Because when you change your mind and you start looking at yourself as an infinite cosmic being, then the information that is stored back there will automatically open up just by the mindset you have placed there. But if you keep going back to Africa and saying that this is all it began here, that some white man dug up Lucy and told you that this was the first human being, and you believe it because as a black race, you were so disenfranchised of yourself that you're ready to believe any damn thing that had black in it, it's time for you to start waking up to know that metaphysically and consciously, you never were not. And if you believe that, then you would have limited yourself until the metaphysicians are proven right again when the earth changes her topography once more and whole continents are raised with evidence of you being here at even an older time. So to say this is what we were, I'd gladly study Sheikh, I'd gladly study Dr. Ben, every one of them, I believe them to be sages who have kept the tablets and the oracles of our sojourn here after a particular experience. But that is not where we began, and that's not where I take it. I'm not dealing with total history in that vein. The only reason I touch history in this point is to point you back to the metaphysical archives in your genes, to the metaphysical archives in your molecules, to the metaphysical archives that you were before you took this form. That's where I go, brother. That's the library I access, and it tells me that you are 1 trillion years older than that book. Yes, it is what you said, brother.
You said when we existed like in another form, like in Mars and Venus and stuff like that, he wasn't our physical body, like this here, right?
That physical body was another arrangement. Understand that physical life is based upon the arrangement of molecules and cellular agreement that's based upon the molecular structure. The molecular structure is based upon the consciousness of the particular entity of light that is manifesting on that planet. So the sun has a particular programming for a particular form of life for the solar system that the Father will bestow that light upon. That particular sun has a calibrated programming that will form the molecular arrangement for man. So man does not look like this on every solar agreement around creation. You understand what I mean? So the Kemetic experience here is but our experience in this form, in this agreement. Not the agreements that happened trillions and trillions of years ago. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told you truthfully when he said that you, man, is 66 trillion years old. He just gave you a base figure to work from to show you how infinite you were. Now, I'm here, I've studied all of what we did 10,000 years ago. But Christ, that's a blink in the eyes of eternity. That's not where I want us to go. Because if we start raising our sights, then we see the horizon. And then above the horizon, then above the sun. Then we see where we truly came from. And I'm tired of us going back to Africa to look for ourselves. We can look right in here and find Africa, no matter where we are. And if we did find Africa inside of here, instead of this fucking book, trying to look for ourselves in a savior that is external to us, to somebody telling us to get our realization and our salvation from an external source, then we wouldn't have to be going back to Africa to find ourselves. By just our pure thought upon the realization of who we are, we'll change this shit, quote, in the blink of an eye.
Right.
Yes, sir.
A little history on the Moors in the Bible and the Crusades.
The Moors, the Crusades themselves were essentially started by the Caucasian collective. That's when the Caucasian mindset became a collective tumor. The consciousness coalesced at that particular area. Everything that we fucked up on when we were descending and falling from grace, it became a cyst that became Europe. That consciousness became a devolutionary maternal principle. It is a material maternal principle. It's a matriarchal principle gone mad. That's what Europe is. Africa was a patriarchal principle gone mad. And don't believe that Africa was a matriarchy. It was not. The patriarchy extols the matriarchy. The matriarchy extols the patriarchy. And that's why you think that you're under a patriarchy here in the West, but it's run by Hillary Clinton. In this case, Billary Clinton. Where we are as entities and as consciousness dynamics, to speak to you about that, and to speak to the brother when we're talking about the Crusades. The Caucasian, when he began to coalesce and take the information and began to destroy, went to war with the Moors in order to deal with conquest, the whole line. The Moors set up the libraries, set up the education, set up the learning fact, taught them how to wear clothes, taught them how to wear underwear, taught them how to bathe, taught them everything. They walked upright. Then they began to take the information, and under Constantine, who wanted to be this Holy Roman Emperor, who wanted to amalgamate the two sun-worshipping religions, so that he could be in history the one who did this magnanimous thing to bring together these warring sides so that he may be extolled. He found it expeditious to bring together two sides of a religious concept, and therefore, after that, amalgamate all of the secret doctrines into this religious forum. The reason why he did that was because when he went to Africa, he asked for initiation into the temples of Thebes, and he was refused. Because they said he was too savage and he was too stupid. So what did he proceed to do? He proceeded to start his own religion. And with the political will, and with all of his armies, and the fact that he was a warmongering son of a bitch anyway, he began to conquer. He brought together the warring factions in Rome at the time and asked them from the Jesus and the Christus to come together, those who worship, to create this one religion. He built a city to that particular religion, and then from there he began with him and the Crusades, Archbishop Chrysostom and all the rest of them. Matter of fact, I'm going to be talking about this whole thing, brother, thank you, under this thing called the Temple of Consummate Evil. Catholicism, the Vatican, and I haven't gotten the name, but the Temple of Consummate Evil is going to be about Christianity in the days of the Vatican and the popes. That's going to break down the Pope. But then from that point, the Moors themselves, who were the ones who inherited the oracles of the ancient mystery system from Adakim, which was dealing with God as geometry, the symbol that you see here. And in certain symbols, based upon where you are, it's M rather than G. So geometry, or what they call God, is a geometric principle, and that when you studied geometry, when you studied mathematics, when you studied how the mathematical principles of the planets and their influences, how their influences could be plotted according to where they were in the heavens and in their relationships to the earth at that time, that geometric pattern told you how God spoke to you. You could access God's influence. You could understand how God worked through geometric patterns of consciousness if you understood mathematics, if you understood algebra, if you understood how to deal with calibration in numbers and letters. This was what religion was at that time. It was science. Now, at the time when the brothers began to tell this science, we ain't never really dealt with anything that was always static. When we did it, we put the show enough to it. Anytime we had anything we taught it with the jazz in it. We taught it with the funky backbeat. Anytime we taught, we had to put the melanin in there. So when we put it in there, we used to talk about characters. We used to talk about one line being one person. This particular line of force was an influence. And all of them had names. All of the different degrees had specific personalities. And these personalities had names. And they were attributed to being messengers of God. Certain angles gave you certain influences, and therefore they were angles, or you switch the LE, and what do you get? Angels. And did not angels used to come to give you information? Did they not come to help to reveal to you what God's word was? Well, that's what this was about. Angels came to reveal what God's word was. Well, angels were angles, and if you understood the mathematical principles of how angels or angles worked, you understood what God said. But then the Caucasoid, with his limited pineal capacity, began to take these characters, and as he began to inherit them, he did not understand the science behind who these characters were. So he began to assign their great works to his own damn self. And he began to look at this God not as the principle of intelligence based upon how you decipher your mathematics, how you incorporate your geometrics, and how you understand that you are that geometric pattern that aligns as the microcosm to the macrocosm. He separated the macrocosm from the microcosm and told you to become subservient to the macrocosm. You see what I'm saying now? So from that point, you now began to think that God is outside of yourself. Not that you are God, realizing that the very geometry you're learning is you. That the very metaphysics you're learning is you. That everything that you could possibly find out, whether smoking and all out of there or fucked up, is you. And that is the grand secret. that the Masons are speaking about. The brothers are coming up to speak on it. Yes, sir.
Yes, but it's the first time I had to come and hear you speak, so I'm very blessed and honored to have you.
Well, I'm blessed and honored to have you here, brother. Thank you.
I've heard a lot about you, so it's good to finally get a chance to kind of hear you in person.
Good, thanks.
One of the things that some of my friends had questions about who had never seen or heard you before was, like, for example, in some of the advertisements, you know, there's Reverend in front of your name. They were interested, under what organ were you ordained? Did the people ordain you Reverend? Is that a reference to just being revered? That's the first question. The second question was, have you ever found it expedient or have you ever found it useful to entertain the idea of joining various societies, such as
Masons?
Some of the ones that are exemplified there, or others, Rosicrucians, Theosophical, etc., etc. Some of my friends didn't know if you were even entertaining those ideas, and I guess, you know, those were the two basic questions.
Okay, thank you. The first question, where did I get the Reverend from? That's a title of endearment, not a title of nobility. Big difference. Brothers who understand the Moorish science understand what the title of nobility is. That's like Esquire and Sir and all that shit. No. Reverend came back when I was helping to build a little organization called Heal Thyself, when me and a fool were married. And we were doing the do. Y'all were there. And when I would speak, they would say, "Go ahead, Rev." I said, "Okay." And they would say, "That's Reverend Valentine." I said, "Okay, I'll be Reverend Valentine." But Rev was a title of endearment. It's something that I held on to because, see, y'all niggas, y'all like titles. So when I talk on the phone, especially to teachers, when my children were going to school, my daughter, whenever I said, "This is Reverend Valentine," immediately the ears perked up. Y'all niggas like hearing shit like that. "This is Dr. Valentine. This is, you know, this is the right Reverend, you know." Y'all believe all that shit, so I put it there. Y'all pay attention. But I don't give a damn. You call me Brother Valentine. Call me Phil. Call me Val. You know, but call me when it's time to eat and time to give out money. No. The reason for the second question now, as far as joining one of the Masonic lodges, and I said so in the beginning, if you remember. No offense to you brothers and sisters who are Masons and who are aspiring to climb the ladder to get your third degree. Anyway, I was invited a couple of times. I even said that I would go and get my degree just to see what it's about. But most of the times, in the earlier stages, I was invited by some people from the Lodge of Enoch, I believe it was, to come and teach their people metaphysics. I wasn't a Mason, but what I did know was a hell of a lot more than most of the second degree or the second degree Masons knew. So essentially they invited me to come and get a degree, an honorary degree, and so that I would come in and teach more often. But I never thought about becoming an organization because the one teacher I did have, who was Krishnamurti, Jiddu Krishnamurti, you need to get his books. Dynamic teacher, serious teacher. That was the teacher of teachers, because he said, Jiddu, J-I-D-U, Jiddu Krishnamurti, K-H-R-I-S, or K-R-I-S, K-R-I-S-H-N-A, Murti, M-U-R-T-I. Jiddu Krishnamurti, one of the baddest mofos out there. His book, one book that you got to get, is called The Awakening of Intelligence. And all his other books. Now that was, I had the pleasure of sitting in his company because I had kind of snuck in with some white folks. And I had a chance to sit and listen to this man and listen to him, and he ain't want nobody following him. I mean, Blavatsky, Madame Blavatsky, Secret Doctrine, the whole Theosophy Society, William Q. Judge, all of them looked upon Jiddu Krishnamurti as the Messiah. But he said, "Man, fuck off. Leave me alone. I ain't your Messiah. You know, find yourself." And his dissertation and his logic, his mathematics on thought, you will not find anywhere else. That is where I actually adopted my understanding of how thought works. From there, I began to piece together all the other principles about thought, but how thought is an instrument and how it keeps us in the ceiling of our perception of ourselves. That's the man. Krishnamurti is the man. He will drop it, and he don't care. Yes, brother.
Yes, brother. This is some questions I told you about my son.
Yes.
He told me to ask you this because he knows I'm about his tape, so he's going to play it back.
Yes, sir.
You know. So he wants to know, even though you had spoke about this already, he wants to know, where did the Christians get the idea of Jesus Christ? Where did this story come from? And if there is no Jesus Christ that walked the earth, who are we talking about?
Okay, good question. And this is from the youth. I know there's hope. The word Jesus Christ comes from actually 3 words. Jes, Jesus, and Christos. Christos, Krishna. From Krishna, Christos from the Greek, which means anointed one, or one anointed with oil. Now, when I get to the deeper metaphysics of the Bible as it applies to how the body functions, you will understand that the Christos, or the oil, is essentially made by the what is known as the colostrum, that comes from the corpus colostrum, which comes from above, or the high father, or Abraham, which is the cerebrum. But the body and the brain, the organs, all of them are a map of the universe. And Christ, or Krish, K-H-R-I-S, is the sun. So Krishna is the perfect black who expresses the perfect sun. Or he is the father-mother who has the son. Krishna was always an androgynous, male-female principle, and the sun, Arjuna, or any of the other externals of Krishna, was essentially this saving sun that you see up there. Jes is a Phoenician word for the sun. Jesus is a Druidic word for the sun. So Jes, Jesus, Christos is essentially 2 compiled words from 2 different civilizations about one sun. One was worshipped in the east, Christos. The other worshipped in the west, which became the Druidic Jesus. These 2 were compiled together by the 4th, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of the Nicene Councils. The first one that ended in an uproar where Constantine had to bring the soldiers in to separate everybody because he wanted to do something that was so against everybody's mind at that time that he had to even kill his mother and his wife because they wouldn't go for the first Christianity. And anytime you see anybody talking about being thrown to the lions, that was the Christians doing the throwing. Alright? That's bullshit. We're going to talk all about that when we get to those Catholics. And that whole Christian shit in Rome. But the other part is that he took those 2 words and brought them together, amalgamated them, and then used the works of a man at that time whose name was Apollonius of Tyana. This man called Apollonius was a man from a rich family who had gifts, studied in Tibet, India, Kemet, all these places, and came back and was part of a group called the Essenes. The Essenes were essentially a group of people who refused to be with the world. They were into the healing arts. You only went to them if you needed cleansing, and they gave you the enemas and all of that. Same thing what we do. Okay? His works and what he stole, he himself stole from out of India. His master in India was Sri Sachidananda, I believe, or Sri Marabunanda. This is the person that gave Apollonius the scroll that now became Apocalypse, which then eventually became the Revelations. He wrote it and transcribed it in the Samaritan tongue, and it laid up in there for a long time with nobody being able to decipher it, until a man named Marcion came and, buying up all the information he could from all of the old places, started to put together, because he was versed in the Samaritan tongue, and he translated it through the Greek, or through the Samaritan into the Greek, into the Coptic. I'm not sure. I'll get that information for you. But that became the Revelations in the Bible. And Marcion became the mark of the Bible. Okay? that's that part. The last part of the question, which was, who is this person? They're talking about, essentially, the passage of the sun through the grand precessional equinox, where the sun passes in its orbit, because the sun is spinning and going around in a circle as well, through the 12 signs of the zodiac in the grand precessional that they call the grand equinox, the grand equinox, where you see him gather his apostles. That's what that is all about. This person that they're talking about is not a real person, but they attributed some of the miracles to this Apollonius. Some of the works that he did in what is known as the pseudepigraphicas of what Jesus, or that supposedly Savior, did, they took out of the Bible because it was too damning information. They took out, as a matter of fact, in 553 AD, they took out reincarnation from the Bible. The Vatican wrote it out of the Bible. 553 AD. And at that time, 553, during, I believe you're right, it was Justinian, I believe they also took the mother principle or the goddess principle out of Godhead during that same time. And I will get the specific encyclical or the particular bulls that went along to do that. As a matter of fact, freedom of speech and freedom of the press were rejected and outlawed by the church in 1854 by something called the Syllabus of Errors in the encyclical Quanta, something called the encyclical Quanta Cara. The clergy was prohibited from reading newspapers and periodicals. Equal status for all religions was also rejected at that same time. In other words, the Pope, who ran Western civilization and who ran Christianity here in America, refused all other religions from practicing there on the soil that was Christian. That is why I tell all the brothers and sisters who are in Islam, it was the Pope that gave permission to Islam to be practiced here. And that's why they rewrote Islam, which was a science, and incorporated the Jewish prophets into that religion. So if you don't understand how you are being played from both sides of the scale and the coin, it's time for us as dark peoples to wake up to the science within and not the science without.
Good. Thank you.
I wanted to ask you if you knew anything about this thing they're talking about, May 5th, the year 2000. When
5/5/2000, the planetary alignment.
I wanted to ask you if you could elaborate on it.
That is a Mayan calendar alignment. Mayan headhunters, Mayan old stock. That 5/5/2000 is something that was supposedly the diameters and the specific mathematics of the pyramid itself, the Great Pyramid, gave that as a date specific to a particular alignment of the planets that is supposed to actually raise the consciousness of this planet. It's supposed to be a destructive raising process, but it's supposed to be a raising process nonetheless. But again, you've got to take all information that has been transcribed by a pathological pineal with a grain of salt. Because everybody who is writing our history is white. And until we begin to have someone to interpret what this white man is saying about our people, you have to be very careful. These people who are dressed up telling you about what the Indians say, it ain't the Indians or quote-unquote Native Americans that's telling you. It's white people who are stealing their information and capitalizing, as they always do, on something that does not belong to them. Just like you got white people who are saying that I was once an incarnation of Isis, I was once an incarnation of Hatshepsut, we're all the black folks who was once these people, because they don't ever show you and they don't ever show the Kemites for who they really were. And they were dark, black, thick-lipped, and straight-nosed as well, beautiful people. They had all forms of colors in Kem. They had all forms of colors in peoples beforehand. And when we get a chance to talk about the metaphysics of the human temple, we'll speak about all the different colors you had, from green to purple, to orange, to yellow, to blue. All these colors are real. Yes, this brown color, if you look at it, is an earth color, which is fine. but it is a frequency dynamic that blocks you from understanding the other color variations of consciousness. Think about it. Whenever you see brown earth, what is normally growing out of it? Green. That is what's wrong with us. The hue that is supposed to keep us contacted to earth and the sun, our photosynthesis, our photo contact with melanin here is missing because we're missing the magnesium molecule that gave us the green hue, that made us the human that we were supposed to be. So, if you understand how the plant takes sunlight and creates food, they found out, here's what your white scientists found out, that photosynthesis is not a process of eating, it's a breathing process. Yes, it's the changing of carbon dioxide into oxygen. It's the taking of the solar energy and creating a balanced carbon dioxide. The reason why we can't breathe carbon dioxide now is because it's imbalanced, based on our own consciousness imbalance. We process consciousness through a balance of ingredients. It is because we are imbalanced that we have diseases now and that we don't remember who we are. So the green hue and the purple hue were all status symbols of consciousness. Certain entities were black with a beautiful purple hue. That means that that was the level of their achievement in consciousness. You can see some of them niggas out here now on 125th Street. They're so black, they purple. Those are the vestigial genetics that are remainders of our once conscious people. And then I'm telling you, see, all of this is what's being missed by the people who study melanin, by the people who want to teach you about Africa. They don't teach you that you, no matter where you go, no matter where you were, whatever planet you lived on, you carried the consciousness of the Creator. The infinite was in you. You were the infinite. And that you took on different hues, different shapes. You had wings. You had gills. You took on whatever it was that you see the animals were, because the animals are nothing more than degraded thought processes of the time you shared that particular experience. Whoa. Yes, you had wings. And at the time, you don't need them anymore to do what you did. Those thought processes of the times you flew became residual elementals that became the birds. See, you're not thinking along those. You're thinking this white man think about dinosaurs and knuckle-dragging cavemen who came up and stood upright. This is bullshit. You were gods that descended. You fell. You didn't stand up. You fell. You're still on your ass. That's the problem now. You don't remember where you fell from. Yes, brother.
Can you explain this phenomenon that goes on in these churches where people are said to be in the Holy Spirit? You see the minister puts his hand on something and then fall out, things like that.
Yeah.
Explain the metaphysics behind that.
The metaphysics is hypnotherapy. I don't know if you've ever been to a hypnosis show. You've been. You've seen it done. You've seen it sometimes on the talk shows. You can be susceptible. If I want healing and I believe enough, I can believe anything. You understand? I can put a wet bag of shit up on top of a podium, stench and all, and I know that's God. And I will believe that's God. And you can't tell me different. I already come there with the knowledge that I am going to receive something. Forewarned is forearmed. The mind, they found out, is so subtle, you can bypass any conscious blocks with subconscious programming. There are ways to bypass what you have set up as your defenses. So I can touch you and make you believe that by touching, you will fall back and feel the Spirit of God. Why? Because I've seen enough people do it. I remember sometime when my boy, I think it was Benny Hinn, that motherfucker had to hit her 2 or 3 times on the forehead before they fell. I thought he was going to club her. Because she didn't get it. She was supposed to fall back. She didn't get it. Fall back, goddammit. Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is, if my mind is open and ready, and I want this to happen, I want my healing, the mind is the healer. Now, if I'm healing and I got a whole arena of motherfuckers saying, oh, Jesus did it. Okay. Jesus did it. So I can play on that shit. Oh, man, can I play on that shit. They can pack an arena better than a rock star. Because people are so devoid of self-love. People are so deficient of self-knowledge. People are made to believe in authority. And that the grand authority, as titulated and as defined by the human authority, is the one that's working their magic. But meanwhile, they're telling you Jesus doing this, and they're the ones riding around in some of the baddest cars. You see this Crystal Palace this bastard put up? Where in the hell do you see that Jesus came down and his sojourn here, did he put up any of these ministries, any of these churches you see here today? Some of them are magnificent palaces. You go down, just walk in the temple of, the Church of St. John the Divine. That's an awesome piece of rocks. Now, that was not the idea. That's not where God is. That's the okie-doke. That's the temple of Satan. That's the synagogue of Satan. Because that's the illusion. They got you running in there before this man, holding up this, says, my body and my blood. I drink this because of you. Boy, the Catholic Church is one of the most morose, tired, gloomy, God-forsaken places on the planet. Their masses is one big humdrum. And every time they talk about, now wait a minute, here's the deal. Did you ever get this subtle deep part? Do you remember? Oh yeah, here go this bastard. Here goes this lowlife. Look at this lowlife. Now you see what he got on? You checking that?
The hat? Yes.
You know what that is, right? No, it's not an African hat. It looks like it. But if you turn it sideways, it's the fish. Right, the Nomo. These are what the Nomos wore when they came down to the Dogon. See, this is the age of Pisces. The age of illusion.
Don't stop. No, I'm just telling you. Don't listen.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone, guys. There's something in the book. Look, we pray.
Oh yeah, he praying to the Black Madonna. The Black Madonna. Yeah, he praying to the Black Madonna. Well, I don't know if they're gonna see it. It look like oh, the Black Madonna. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you get a vision of that. I remember a sister friend of mine, a sister named Mama Azula. She said she went over to Poland, and she said when she walked the streets of Poland, this sister was black, beautiful. She was midnight sapphire black. When she walked through the streets, people were kneeling before her, thinking she was the Black Madonna, because they worship the Black Madonna over there. They just thought she was dressed in her raiments. They just knew that the Madonna had come back. Yeah, so you can't believe the idea behind what that all, because it's mass hypnosis. First of all, they'll tell you that the Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, my boy here, had all these white folks hypnotized to give up their money, hypnotized to give up their Rolls Royces. Guy had 152 Rolls Royces or some shit. But the thing is that he told you that the stuff that he told the people to do was made about Satan, and that he had them in a cult, and they were believing everything. The biggest cult on the planet is Christianity. And you talk about an indoctrination process of 200 or 300 years of slaughter, of inquisition. Oh, wait till you see me get to the Inquisition. You need to get that Mel Brooks movie, The Inquisition. You saw that movie? What was the name of that movie again? The World? What's that again? History of the World. The Inquisition, oh boy. But the Inquisition actually laid the foundation for all torture. They perfected torture in the Inquisition. And that was at the heights of Christianity, people. That was the so-called Dark Ages. Now, your Dark Ages are the heights of Christianity. That should give you a clue. Christianity was at its zenith during the Dark Ages. That should give you a clue. Think about that. Yes, sister?
I've seen a tape once where you had got on the topic of the urine treatment for most illnesses.
Yes.
And I wanted to know, I have a 3-year-old daughter that has come down with the cold. What would you recommend for a child? And I have another question. What do you have to say about the book of Revelation?
Okay. The first thing is with the baby, you can use the baby's urine or you can use your own urine. If the baby came down with a cold, essentially it's nothing more than the body responding to what was put into the body or responding to an environment that was very stressful, which forced the body to have to get rid of its toxins in order to be able to deal with the stress. So I would check first the stress of the baby if she's or he is at a babysitter, or if somebody is watching the baby, I would definitely check the stress factor involved in that. If you are having a relationship with the father and there is a lot of tension, that also factors into the child's harmony, internal harmony. And if the child is eating certain foods that are not digesting properly because of the disharmony on the outside, causing disharmony on the inside, then the body, with that undigested food fermenting, will form mucus to eject it through the lungs and therefore out of the body. But it's good, it's all right. Anytime you see something going wrong with the body, there is nothing wrong with the body. There is the body putting something right. And if you look at a cold as a friend instead of some sort of attacking enemy, then that translates through you as the mother as an energy of healing. And you encourage the baby's tolerance and participation in the healing process. And 9 times out of 10, the baby's body will automatically begin to heal faster by your knowledge that the body is working its own intelligence. You can take the middle portion of your urine and take about 2 or 3 drops and put it into some water for the baby to drink, distilled water. Or you could put it directly under the baby's tongue. That will then force the body to reject or to quicken the pace of the cleansing of the body. Or you could catch the urine of the baby, if she's potty trained, you can catch the middle portion of her own urine and have her drink it. It's fantastic. The body begins to respond immediately, and you will see that the baby will not need to take any injections, vaccinations, any of that nonsense. And by the way, like I said, I have vaccination deferments for a donation. If you don't want to have vaccinations, I write deferments, legal, lawful, and otherwise, and ecumenical. If you know of anyone who doesn't want their children vaccinated, or you don't want to have vaccinations, then you can call me. I don't know if the brothers put the number at the bottom, 718-756-1122, and just leave a message. And if that's the case, make sure that you spell the name correctly. And but we'll talk first before we even go into that. But as to the second part of your question, if you have a problem with the child, call me at that number. And then we'll go into further therapy if it's necessary. But I doubt it. Babies are so resilient. They're so proficient at their own healing. If left alone, they'll go through it and they'll be fine. As to Revelations, like I said, Revelations is essentially a book that was stolen out of India. It was given to Apollonius of Tyana from his guru, Deva Bochivasta, I believe. I'll get the name of his teacher. But he took it, and you knew it was a Hindu scrolls that was taken from, because they started speaking about the Book of 7 Seals. These are what that is about. This Book of 7 Seals is the chakras. The lamb that was spoken about is the initiate going in for initiation. The whole book is essentially about the human body, and that's going to be a good point. We're going to go into Revelations and show you how Revelations is nothing more than a breakdown of how each part of the body works to bring the whole spiritual being into light. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
That's it? All right, beloved. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Okay. All right. Very good.
Okay. That's your beloved.
Did you want to ask the people or?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, if it's fine now, we could do it maybe another time. But
Okay.
it's all right. It's not, you know, I'm good.
Look out for the next lecture, Brother Bill. Contact. You can always get this video at 127th Street between Lenox and 7th on Wednesdays, right in front of Dempsey Center. Brother Leon and Brother Yusuf will have the video, and I carry the audio.
All right. Peace.
We don't know yet, but it will be in December. We'll let you know.
Where did you get the information about the Pope started, gave permission to start practicing Islam?
God, I don't remember where I put that. So much information. I have to find that for you.
I would sure like to.
Yeah, I'll find it for you. Because remember, I read so much that right now with this teachings, it's me going back to try to bring all the stuff I do to verify it for you.
See, because you're not in Utah.